I'm gonna fight them all. I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off, taking that time right behind my back. And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. I can fall through my mind behind a cigarette. And the message coming from my eyes. Come on. And the message coming from my eyes. And the message coming from my eyes. I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. I can fall through my mind behind a cigarette. And the message coming from my eyes. And the message coming from my eyes. And the message coming from my eyes.
You wake up, you fix your protein smoothie, you do your cardio exercise, you practice your self-development, and then you open up your cell phone, you log into your laptop, and you see that you have added 4,000 new distributors to your team overnight. Imagine that, and imagine also that can be true. I have lived that experience. I know what it is to add 4,000 people in a day and have 4,000 more join the next day and have 4,000 more join the day after that. Recuerde, si desea español, seleccione el canal
If you
de
want to
español
listen in
abajo.
English, please choose the right channel in the lower part of the screen.
We're going to be doing this whole event will be simultaneous English and Spanish all day. So I just want to make sure everybody's on their right channel. We always talk about exponential growth in this profession, right? let's look at how most companies actually operate. So Jesus, if we could bring up the first slide, I would like to talk about 4 different types of companies that we see in our profession. La próxima, por favor. Sí. Okay, so look at this. Here's what most companies happen, right? They crash and burn. 90% of the companies that come into our space, they go out of business in their first 2 years. If you look at the top right corner, that's the bottle rocket companies. They come in, they create some hype, the excitement. They might have a 2-year run where they go up crazy, and then they crash and they've never heard from again. Bottom left corner, that's where most companies end up. They're flatline companies. They never really hit the exponential growth curve. And they might incrementally increase their sales by opening new countries, new markets, adding more product lines, more service lines, but they don't really capture what we see in the bottom right corner, which is momentum, exponential growth, where that growth trajectory at certain times is almost vertical. Let's go back to the previous slide. I learned yesterday they are opening a new Marriott hotel somewhere in the world every 15 minutes. And you know what? If we go to any one of those Marriott hotels on Tuesday night at 7:30, there will be a couple of meeting rooms with a couple of MLM companies in them, and they will all be showing a slide that looks like this. And that star, they will say, hey, we will be the next momentum company. We will be the next exponential growth. And where we are, right, we're that star right now. You came in tonight. It was the exact moment where we're about to hit that vertical trajectory. But what really happens? Most will never do that. Okay, you can shut down the slides, please. What we're going to talk about today is how you create exponential growth. I will tell you this, Jaime and I approach this as a science because we believe in science and thinking like a scientist. And we know you test, track, modify, you will produce specific results. If you change the dynamic, you will change the results. We can comfortably say there are 5 things that have to happen for a company to go into exponential growth. 5 areas that you're going to rate the opportunity. The first one is branding and positioning. What's the story? Is it remarkable? Is it the kind of story that can go viral? The second area is the corporate infrastructure. Do they have a support team? Do they have customer service? Do they have marketing people who know what they're doing? Do they create the kind of marketing materials? The third area is comp plan design. Does the compensation plan produce the kind of behavior which will result in momentum recruiting? Or is it the kind of comp plan that actually suppresses that? The fourth area is financial strength. Do they have the money to survive if the company goes into hypergrowth? Are they going to have enough factories? Are they going to be able to produce enough product? Do they carry enough inventory? Will they be able to hire the people fast enough? And of course, the fifth area, the one that is the hardest one to produce, is field leadership. Dynamic, powerful people who are able to create a culture, set a vision, inspire people, and pull that team forward. And that's where we're going to spend 87.65% of today. We know we have co-founders and founders and presidents and vice presidents of marketing. But 85, 90% of you are field people who want to be field leaders, who want to create that kind of growth. And the kind of things like comp plan design and having the financial strength, you don't need a seminar on that. That's the kind of consulting services. When Jaime and I work with a company, we would do that in the corporate HQ, right? Today, we really want to focus on the things both company executives and field leaders can do to create that true exponential growth. So kind of set the stage. I want to turn it over to a man who's a legend in the Spanish-speaking world of direct selling, leverage sales, a man who has written the seminal book on leadership in our space, on creating a movement. And I want you to understand what we're talking about today is creating a movement. And there's nobody better to talk about that than my esteemed colleague, Jaime Loquier.
¿Cómo te sentirías si
How
amaneces
would
un
you
día
feel if one day you wake up and you're totally blind? You cannot see anything. That happened to me one day before I joined the marketing networks. And after seeing many doctors, I realized that I hated my life, my boss, my debts, what I did, everything. And I was suffering from that so much that I even got blind due to stress. And at that point, I learned about marketing networks. Perhaps otherwise, I wouldn't have joined the first company I joined. And the networks changed my life. My version, my life today is a result of marketing networks. Some people ask me, why do you do this for free? Why once a year you provide your best content, the content for which you charge thousands of dollars and deliver it freely? Because our lives were changed by the marketing networks, and we want to give back. Today, we see lots of needs in the industry. We see many people that believe that it's becoming increasingly harder to work in the marketing networks. During the pandemic, it was so easy to get more people. You would register more people than you prospected. But after the pandemic was over, numbers went back to normal. It is not that it is harder today, but that many people wouldn't know about marketing networks before the pandemic. So that's why many people are struggling. Many other are growing more than anything, more than ever before. But new people, the ones that thought that the pandemic was an oasis, some that are not so prone to change, feel that this work is harder now, and that has an impact in the numbers. So we want to help you. So this is the game changer. So you get all the tools you need to become stronger. And remember 2023 as a year when your glory started, when you understood what the small things you needed to do to launch your huge business. What are we going to learn today? Well, today we are going to talk about the ingredients that you need to achieve exponential growth. We are going to tell you how to tell the right stories so people would die to be part of your movement, how to create a frenetic recruiting movement. So no one in your team will fail to feel the need to tell the story all over the place. We are going to discuss the role of the external edification tools and how to use them, of how to launch explosive distance lines that would function as franchises all over the world. We are going to talk about events and how to maximize their effectiveness, how to handle explosive growth once you have it so it becomes sustainable over time, and how to use social media to become viral. This is what we're going to cover in this 6 hours. And if on top of that, we will show you a very powerful tool that you can use this year so you can foster and use everything you're learning, and how to have a private meeting with the rock star of marketing network so you can have sessions like if it was a backstage session in a very a rock star concert. This is going to be fun, but it will provide you information that will make you unstoppable. What do you need to use this information? You need your team to be listening to this. If you share the information with your team, they will be here. Otherwise, you will have 24 hours to watch this training using the same link you have. After that, it will be gone, and only the VIP people will have the permanent link. The VIP people are the sponsors of these events. So all these great leaders you are seeing on screen will be able to do that. The rest of the people will have only 24 hours. So if your team is not here, let them know that. Zero distractions. You never know when you will get the most important information you need. So you get rid of all distractions for the next 6 hours. Another thing is for you to stay until the end. Some people think that only 2 hours will suffice, but this is not the case. If you are meaning to do this, stay the 6 hours. And the last call to remind you of the rules of this Nación Duplicación. We are a movement that wants to remind the world the greatness of what we do and to have our backs. If anyone here on a live event, if you tried to make prospects in an event, you will be expelled and blocked. This is a safe space. You are going to be respected, but everyone is expecting respect and deserve respect. I know you know this, but I need to remind it. So if you are ready, let's begin. So I give the floor back to Randy Gage.
So I was conducting a training with my colleague, Ann Feinstein, for top leaders with a company. And we were getting to know them a little bit. So I wanted to know, who are they? Why were they doing this? What excited them about this company that they're working? So I asked them, I want to go around it was a Zoom meeting like this. And I said, I want to go around the Zoom meeting and just take 2 minutes and tell me your story of ABC company. What's your ABC story? Why did you join? And I started with one gentleman, and he said, well, I got involved in the business like 15 years ago and he named a company, and we had a lot of problems with that company, and I didn't like the people in my sponsorship line, and there was, a lot of integrity issues. And so he went on for the whole 2 minutes, and I said, well, maybe a minute and a half. I like, wait, please. I didn't ask about your history of the past. I want to know, why are you excited about ABC company? Why are you here? What is it you want to accomplish? Can you tell us that? Can you share that with the group? I said, yeah, of course. Yeah. So after that company, I joined a different company, and I thought that one was going to be better, but it wasn't better because they had this problem and that problem. And I'm like, wait, please stop. No. We don't want to hear history. Why are you here now? What is it you want to do? And honestly, he couldn't really convey that. And he's actually a strong, experienced leader. He's a guy I think can do really well in our business. And he's accomplished some great things in his career. And I think he's going to accomplish many things far greater in the future. But he just needed some reminding from me. Hey, the past is the past. If you want to move forward, you need your story. And this is why when we talked about the 5 things that companies have to have, they need to have remarkable. When Seth Godin wrote the book Purple Cow, he talked about what makes things remarkable. That if you were driving down the road with your family and there was a purple cow in the field, your child would say, Mommy, there's a purple cow. It's remarkable. He or she would remark about it. This is what's required to create exponential growth in our space. When you look at the companies that have transcended and sustained the vertical growth curve, exponential growth, and become and sustained, they all had a remarkable viral story. And one of the first things that Jaime and I do when we're consulting with people is begin with the stories. What is the origin story? The origin story means why was the company founded, or why was the team founded? What is the vision of this company? What is the vision of this team? And we find there's a lot of people like my friend and the example I gave earlier, who have kind of PTSD. They have traumatic syndrome from their past experiences that didn't work out, and they haven't processed that, and they want to share that every time they're in an opportunity presentation, every time they meet a candidate. And they're opening line, well, that company is horrible because of this, and that company is terrible because of that, and this other company is not a good company because of this, and you should join my company because we're the only good one. That's a terrible approach. You want to have, what is the story that makes you unique? What is your reason to be? And that's always going to be about the future. That's always going to be about creating a movement bigger than yourself that people want to be a part of. And we're going to delve into that a little deeper later in the program. The other thing we've got to have is a product narrative, meaning what is the story about the products? If you just say, well, we have car tires, and we have vitamins, and we have cosmetics, and we have light bulbs, and we have Kleenex, and we have cleaning products, there's no story there. What is the through line? What is the theme? What are the benefits of this product line or of this service line that a candidate is going to be excited about? And when we can weave the two together, a lot of you know, Jaime and I actually met in a company called Agile Enterprises. Agile is no longer in business, so don't worry, we're not.
Agile ya no está en el negocio, así que no hay que preocuparse.
We're not trying to recruit anybody. It's no longer to be. But we created an incredible run of success with Agile. And we did so with a remarkable story. Agile had these gel packs, and it was a fresh idea. Nobody had done that. So the story was suspension gel technology, that this was bioavailability that allowed you to get the nutrients. There was a story about it. And then the business story that kind of tied together with this was, hey, this is a category creator. At one point, everybody just carried luggage. They carried maletas, suitcases that were very heavy, and it was painful and it hurt your back. And then somebody had the idea to put a suitcase on roller skates, and a new product category was created. For decades, people bought mouthwash. Then at some point, Listerine came up with the idea of a breath strip that you could carry in your pocket. So they say, hey, when you're out at lunch with friends and you don't have your toothbrush and you can't brush your teeth, you take this mouth strip. That created a new product category. So that's what we wove together to create the Agile Enterprises story. Suspension gel technology, a category creator. And this is a really important, this is what you're going to need to do as a team leader, is going to be how effectively can you get your team to communicate remarkable stories. And to do that, you've got to create a culture, a really strong culture. And you're going to see, we're going to talk about culture a lot today in a lot of different contexts. But I'm going to turn it back to Jaime, and he's going to talk about specifically how to create a fast growth culture.
Pues bueno, obviamente todos los que estamos acá ya habremos escuchado
Well,
hablar.
clearly, all of us here, we have all heard about culture, importance of culture and all that. But if somebody hasn't heard about it, the great importance of culture is that it educates the new people coming into the team. For instance, right here in Mexico, our culture is or includes a lot of chile, a lot of hot food. It's not something, nobody gives you courses on this or teaches you this. You see it all around you from childhood, and you begin to try it. In fact, first time you try it, you hate it, actually. Like young people attempting to smoke for the first time because everybody around them smokes. They start out and they hate it the first time and the second and the third, but they go on and on and on trying because it is important to them to join the culture, to belong to the group. In the case of the chile eater or the smoker, they understand that they will never be part of the group really unless they do that. Well, that is the power of culture. Now, imagine that power transferred to a culture of punctuality, promptness. Everybody arrives on time. Or a culture where everybody recruits people every month. You don't do it, you feel bad about it. Obviously, you want to do it. You want to learn how to do it. So that is basically the great power of culture. And in this case, what we want is to achieve and create the culture of rapid growth, fast growth. Everybody knows within that culture that the right thing is to help people in their rapid growth efforts, for which we need two fundamental ingredients. The first one is to have a culture of active recruitment, which I will explain in my next session. point by point, be in detail. Essentially, however, I will tell you right now that everybody should know that here, what we do is actively we go out and seek people who actively want to become part of the business. Now, the second ingredient I will explain in detail right now. This is the culture of explosive starting. Everyone here knows that the right way to work here is to help the new people to begin, as the name tells us, begin explosively, start explosively. Now, why does this get you in your whole organization to permeate with a growth culture? Because as you educate the new people, that is how you develop culture. Every great book about culture talks about this. When Daniel Cohen uh, researched before writing his book on culture, he underlined very much the great interest in companies in training the right way their new people. If the first day you tell people here we have to press right or apply our full potential, they don't doubt it after that. You get if you begin to help people to start fast, start explosively, you will not have a problem with their understanding the concept afterwards. So how do you do that? In this new era that we are living through, this new era where the product is so important, a product that uh, indeed demands consumers actually using the product instead of simply basing ourselves on recruiting. Here, we have to divide the process of explosive growth into two parts. The first one would be just getting customers, people who will consume, use the product. Second segment is getting as fast as possible people to begin early to join your team. A lot of people tell you, no, we will, first of all, start selling, get customers. The customers will fall in love with the product and they will become distributors thereby, which personally I think is a mistake because you are forgetting about the concept of explosive growth. Others tells you, no, 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 it's the other way around. You recruit and recruit and recruit. Somebody doesn't want to be recruited, forget about it. That's also a mistake. Either extreme, in fact, is a mistake. Either extreme goes against the objective that we are seeking here, the objective of growing fast and solidly, stably, for which you need the culture of how to start to be a culture where there is space for both things, fast growth and product sales. So we are going to call it, as an example, let's call it the grand opening party. That's your event to get your first customers. And explosive beginning will be the title of your event to get your first recruitees or recruits. What do we suggest to people on the basis of their objectives, of course, in whatever the objectives are in their own compensation plan? But what we recommend is they should do a minimum of the two types of meetings during the first days of a new associates, during the first 15 days of a new associate. These days will mark the rest of their careers. A lot of you might say, no, I never had those wonderful first 15 days. What do I do? Doesn't matter. If you didn't have the result, if you haven't had the things that have to be done, you haven't done them, this can be the first day of the rest of your business, the first day where you actually do what you have to do.
Estar convencidos que ya tenemos esta
Those who
estructura.
need leaders, however, need to be convinced that we already have this structure implemented so that everyone will make use of it. Let us say that we ask people to start with one product party and five presentation meetings during the first 15 days. That is just an example. You have to think about how this adapt to your own culture, to your own organization. Just take this as an example and then tell us how to improve what you have been doing. The minute somebody registers with us, signs up with us, everybody sits down with their new recruit, or if you have a general training for all of the new guys, then you teach them what is the minimum that is expected of them. Telling them, for instance, the minimum is that you have to do one presentation to get customers and five presentations to get new associates. So that has to happen during the first 15 days. Then let's say you, for the product, you call the 10 closest people in your life. You call them, hi, mom, let's say, I'm very happy because I'm opening my new business, for which I'm holding a grand opening party. And I'm only inviting the closest people in my life. Most people will say, why am I doing this rock sign in this? Nobody calls like that anymore. Now everybody texts. But they, the older people, sure understand me. How many people would you like to bring? Because if you want to bring in more people. In fact, do you know what I tell them? For those of you who have people who have sample amenable products, what I tell them is, let me know how many people you will bring to the inaugural party, grand opening party, so that I will have sample packages ready for them. That has an incredible effect. People love samples. I don't know what it is about the human brain. You ask somebody to sell their husband in exchange for free sample, they will do it. People love free samples. You tell them we will have free samples for all of you. You will have three times the acceptance level. So you invite these very close people to you, and you don't mention a single word about the business. Why not? Well, because you want all the attention of your people to have to focus on becoming customers. People, and you wouldn't invite your grandma or your aunts to be members of your business, but you would love to have them as customers, as clients. Those first customers will receive the benefit of your product. They will give you your first testimonials, and the people doing the business will get cash flow, immediate cash flow, which in turn brings hope. So you will present your products and your services, and in the end, you will tell people, "This is what we're doing. Let me know, mom, how many can you buy to help me to begin my business? How many? Not would you like to buy or not? No, how many? That's the question. Maybe they will say, okay, just one to begin with, to start with, which is fine. You have 10 guests, you have 10 products you sold the first day you opened your business. That's a way to begin fast with customers. In the others presentations, the presentations that are actually in order to recruit, bring people in, then actively you want to ask people to uh, know about a business opportunity. Hello, I'm starting with a new business. I'm looking for talented people like you. I want to know when we can talk about this. When can we talk about business? So we speak to them in the business language. Obviously, if you invite somebody to listen about the product, they will want product. If you invite them about the business, they want to hear. They want to hear about the business, which is a mistake we actually make quite often. Let's say I'm walking along the streets and I see a sign on a restaurant where they say, "We make the best hamburgers in the country." I love hamburgers, so I go in immediately and I want the hamburger. And they tell me, "Well, yeah, sure, you want a hamburger. But why don't you try the sushi first?" I came in because I want hamburgers, not sushi, because you have a sign out there that says that you make the best hamburgers. It's the same what we do when we do it the opposite. We want to, you invite people for the product, and then when they get in, you tell them you have to get into the business. No, they came in about the product, not about a business. So you will actually scare them away with that. When I actually call them and tell them from the very beginning, I want to talk to you about a business. Many people believe that in this case, they have to go fully into the details. No, just talk about business. That's all you say. I want to talk to you about business. If they come in with the right mindset. They expect to hear about some sort of business, how we can go into business together, perhaps. So if you get this person during the first 15 days to get you in touch with maybe 50 or even 100 people more, you can guarantee that the growth will be 10, 15, or 20 times faster. And if you get everyone to begin the right way with their own new people, then that's how you begin to plant the seeds of exponential growth. Everything that comes about later, that we will see about later, are simply ingredients to make this process better, faster. Social networks facilitate the process. Everything else does that. The key is culture, and culture is managed is achieved with what you do with your new people during their first 2 weeks, the first 15 days. Now let's talk in detail about the following course, for which I yield the floor to my dear friend, Randy Gage, so that he will tell us about the contributions that you and your people have to provide in order to achieve exponential growth. So, Mr. Randy Gage.
Yeah, so earlier we discussed the 5 things that have to happen as a company. Now let's break this down micro for the field leadership. What are the 5 things that you're going to be able to control most as a field leader? Number 1, maybe the biggest element, is the platform skills of the top leaders. The platform gravitas is what they say in Latin. The gravity, the presence on the platform. And by platform, I mean the stage and I mean the live streams, both of those. Anytime, whether it's online or offline, they are able to create a vision that the people on the team want to follow. They create a vision that candidates who are in a presentation want to become a part of. And they do an amazing job at selling the dream. The truth is, this business is hard. You don't hear that in a lot of other seminars. People want to sell you ebooks and courses and tell you how easy the business is. The business is not easy. Only an idiot thinks this business is easy. This business is hard. But it is simple. Again, these are processes. There's duplication is a science. The steps you take creating a candidate pathway are test, track, modify, right? So great leaders do that, and they learn how to sell that dream, because we know the business is hard. You're going to have people drop out. You're going to face rejection. You're going to face ridicule. Understand that for every person seeking greatness, there are hundreds of other people who are trying to protect mediocrity. And they are threatened by people who want to become successful. So you have to sell the dream to your team. They have to know that if they do the work, if they follow through with the things that we're teaching them, that they're actually going to be successful in the business. So this is why Jaime and I do a lot of training with our group and our clients on platform skills. We have them workshop stories. We have them work on the opening, they're going to give their speech. On the closing, they're going to give their speech. You have to teach them the difference between a testimonial, an inspirational keynote speech, a training workshop, and then an opportunity presentation for candidates. Those are all very different things. And you're going to find many people in our profession, they've never been trained on that. They know one thing, which is their story. So every time they get invited to an event, whether it's an opportunity meeting, whether it's a convention, whether it's a training event, they tell their story. There's a place for that. But if you want to be a top leader, you're going to have to learn some other skills. You're going to have to learn how to conduct seminars and workshops to teach people foundational skill sets like we're teaching today. You're going to have to be able to train people on how to meet candidates, how to work their candidate list, how to make compelling invitations, how to follow through after people have been in presentations. How do you share the origin story or the product narrative of your company? So platform skills is a huge component of leadership, and one that I'm going to recommend everybody who's in this symposium, you make that one of your lifelong learning curriculums that you will always be working on crafting your skill as a professional presenter on the stage. The second thing is culture. You have to create a bulletproof culture in 4 different areas. The first area Jaime was already talking about really minutes ago, which is the customer culture. Are you building a culture in your team where people do those grand openings? They get their first 10 customers. They understand that the difference between a legitimate network marketing company and a pyramid scheme is we only get paid on products that reach and are paid for by the end customer. We don't get headhunter fees. We don't make money to sign people up. We only get paid on the commissions of products who get to the end customer. You need to create a rank advancement culture. Every company has a first rank, which is an easy rank. Maybe you have to have 4 customers and 1 distributor, or you got to have 2 customers and 2 distributors who each have 2 customers. And that makes you a manager or a supervisor or whatever that first rank may be. You set that culture when you first begin, when you're doing that new distributor orientation. You're setting a culture of, hey, we like to rank advance fast. On this team, we like to have people qualify as manager their first week in the business. Or, hey, we like to have people qualify as supervisor 72 hours after they join the business, right? That's a culture that you create. And then there's a culture of how you celebrate each other rank advancement that people make. The behavior that gets rewarded is the behavior that gets repeated. So you learn, hey, I'm going to create a culture of meritocracy where the people who get edification, the people who get stage time, the people who get featured in the live stream or in the marketing materials, these are the people who are creating rank advancements. The third part of this culture is active recruiting culture. And this is going to be a huge part about what we talk about today. Most of you in this room have a passive recruiting culture on your team. Even if you have a lot of growth, even if you have a big team, you might have a lot of people who wait for a candidate to ask them about their business. You know, they wait for somebody to say, oh, I'm so tired every afternoon in my cubicle. I'm so sleepy. And so they get excited and they tell them about their energy drink or their protein shake or their protein bar. But that's passive recruiting. Active recruiting is a whole different animal, because this is where we have time blocked off in the calendar that people are doing. And Jaime's going to talk about that more in depth in another segment. But just know that's part of it. And then the fourth part of number 2, meaning the first one is platform skills. The second one is bulletproof culture in 4 areas. So we have customer area, rank advancement, active recruiting, and then the fourth part of this one is event culture. Basically, you've got to create a series of major events. Like the company convention is a major event. You have to have at least 1 or 2 or 3 other major events that take place every year. And what the people who create exponential growth do is they create campaigns and they build from event to event. So everything's built into the spring event. And we say that is the most important event in the history of the company. And we get as many people there. And then as soon as that event ends, we start promoting to the summer event. And we say that is the single most important event in the history of the company. And it is. Every event is the next most important one. And then at the end of that one, we're building to the fall event. And that's the most important event. And you create campaigns. We need to know, do people get the time off from work? Have they bought their plane tickets or their bus tickets? Have they got their hotel booked? And then we celebrate those people. We recognize those people because we know the more people we get at a major event now is going to determine how big our recruiting and our sales and our volume is a year from now, 2 years from now. So those 4 areas, customer, rank advancement, active recruiting, and event, those are the 4 areas where you got to create bulletproof culture. The third field contribution that's so important is the candidate pathway with a tools focus. Hopefully, your company will provide a lot of this, but not all companies do. And if you're a strong leader and you want to protect your team and you want it to go amazing, then you're going to need to help them create this candidate pathway. So it's a series of behaviors. So we pre-qualify a candidate because we want to know, are they a candidate for the business? Are they a candidate for the product line? There's a tool that goes with that. Then if they're interested in the products, we take them to the next step, and there will be a tool for that. It might be a product catalog. It might be a video about the benefits of the product line. Same thing, the people who showed interest in the business opportunity, they're going to go to the next step, which is going to be a full presentation. And there should be a tool with that. That might be an online video they watch. It could be a live stream presentation. It might be a PowerPoint being used in a home meeting, or a PowerPoint or a flip chart being used in a one-on-one presentation. But each step has a corresponding tool, and there's a pathway through that. The fourth thing that you got to do as a top leader to really, because understand what we're talking about today is this is how to create a team of at least 10,000 people, 50,000 people, 100,000 people. What you've got to do is you've got to create a progressive sequence of recruiting events. This is what I call the ladder of escalation, meaning every time a candidate sees a presentation, it should be a bigger deal than the presentation before it. So as an example, it might start as a one-on-one, which led to a home meeting, which led to a Facebook Live, which led to a big event with 2,000 people in a convention hall somewhere. There's got to be a progression of those. And it's really important, guys. Two things I want to stress here. One is there need to be live versions of this. Everybody fell in love with the Zoom room during the pandemic. So they love the fact that they can work from home all day in their Princess Leia pajamas. But those days are over, okay? It's time to get back in the real world. We're still doing live streams. That's still a part of the equation. But the companies that are, I have clients right now, they're exploding. I have teams right now, they're exploding. And every one of them, I tell you, is doing a hybrid of events. They have live stream and they have offline in-person events. So that's a really important dynamic, is that it's a mix of both. And the other thing is that they are local. If you're just waiting for your company to do one live, or your top leader to do one live Facebook stream once a month for everybody in Mexico, or it's a big presentation for everybody in Ecuador, you are giving away growth. If you're in Ecuador, there better be presentations in Quito. If you're in Bolivia, there better be presentations in La Paz. If you're in Mexico, there better be presentations in Ciudad de Mexico, Chihuahua, Cancun, Merida, Yucatan, everywhere. Local. The business is driven by local events, which feed into the bigger events. So there has to be that progressive sequence of that. And then the fifth thing that I want to talk about is, I'm going to call field generals. And these are frequently different people from the top leaders at the head of the organization. Top leaders are those people that have that platform skills, that presentation gravitas that we talked about. They're charismatic, they're compelling, they're dynamic, they're funny. People love to listen to them in presentations, and they're great at it. You need those people. And then you need field generals. These are the people that handle the logistics. They make sure that the local Marriott gets booked, for the monthly recruiting in-person meeting. They make sure that there's a person in charge of audio visual. They make sure there's a person in charge of the product display. They make sure there are people who are greeters, people who register, people who handle the temperature in the room and whatever emergencies that come up. They make sure that the team website is functioning. They set up the WhatsApp group or the Telegram or the Signal groups where the teams communicate. They schedule the presenters who are going to be doing the training. They help work with the people who are creating the agendas for the training. They help set up the schedule so we take the leaders from Belgium and we have them do presentations in the Czech Republic. We asked the Czech Republic people to do presentations in Britain. We asked the British leaders to do presentations in Belgium, right? That's all logistics. We lead people, but we manage things. So put it another way, we lead people, but we manage the organization. And the teams and the companies that create incredible exponential growth, they have both those dynamics of leadership. They have the really charismatic ones who are doing the frontline, front-facing presentations. And then they have the field generals who handle the organization, who manage the organization, who manage the logistics. So those are the things that you, everyone in this room who comes from the field, those are the things you get to control, that you have to influence, because we don't control everything, right? Companies control things that we have no control over. Things happen in the economy we have no control over, or things happen in the industry that we have no control over. But those 5 things, you get to have the biggest level of control, and that's how you're going to manifest growth. So you heard me talk about culture. I'm going to ask Jaime to come back and ask him to talk more about culture, because everything we do is about culture, and in particular, how you create a frenzied recruiting culture, which every exponential company does. So, Monsieur Loquier, s'il vous plaît.
Thanks, my friend. Aviso parroquial antes.
Thank you. But first, notice, people in the Zoom, if you would like to be on screen for your team to see you, you have to be, you have your camera on. If you just have a picture, you will not be on screen. So you need to have your camera on. So I suggest you have your camera on. Now we're going to talk about the forensic recruiting culture, a culture that people want to have in order to attract people. Because if culture is what people learn, nothing will stop you, because it will help you get that everyone in the organization will be willing to go out and bring as many people as they can. We have talked about culture, what it is. Someone open the microphone. I don't know how, because in theory it's forbidden, but I think the production has managed to solve that. Okay, so we have discussed the importance of culture, but we haven't talked about creating a culture, and more importantly, changing a culture, because change is one of the most difficult things for leader. Anyone can be a leader of a team that must move forward on a straight line. If I am driving a bus and all of a sudden I get a cramp and I ask Anna, for instance, to get the wheel, and Anna needs only to take the wheel and move forward at the same speed. That's easy. But if I asked Anna to take the wheel when we are on a road full of curves and a standard vehicle, that will be harder. So one of the most complicated things we need to do as leaders is to learn how to manage change. That things work properly, not only when we are driving on a straight road, but a bumpy or a road full of curves. For instance, if everybody smokes, if you want to get people to stop smoking, that's a huge thing. In order to change a culture, now I will share my screen with you. In order to change, to achieve a change, any kind of change in your culture, you need to follow 3 steps. This is my screen. In theory, you're looking at it now. The first things I need is my people to understand why the change is necessary or important. I'm sorry, I like the Benjamin Button of writing. My handwriting is not nice. But again, the first thing is to make people understand why the change is important. Otherwise, change won't happen. Next, we need the people to understand what the change means, and then I can explain how to achieve that change. This is the order we must follow, and it cannot change. When you are trying to generate a new culture, you need the why, the what, and the how. Let's elaborate. I think you don't need the screen anymore. Why is a change important? If I want everyone to recruit, they need to understand why recruiting is important. Thus, the importance of explaining things like leveraging residual income, the freedom resulting from that change. If you don't explain the impact of this to your team, if they don't know the importance of building a team, they will not do it. They will stay in their comfort zone. So if you have to continuously talk about this, if you would get in one of the trainings that Randy and I are providing, you will see that we are talking about leveraging all the time. And when we get contracted by companies to develop the set of tools in the official presentation of the tools, instead of talking about the compensation plan, we talk about leverage. And the first take of the companies is like, what? How come you are not explaining the compensation plan in a very detailed way? Because that is not important. Because first they need to understand the power of leveraging, the power of leveraging in our business model, because that will take you to freedom. No other business model will take you there. So you have to make sure their people understand that. And this has to be a continuous expectation. One more thing, repetition is the mother of culture. Repetition is the mother of culture. So you want to talk about the importance of building a team and leverage all the time, because of course leverage is a consequence of have a good team. Why it is the importance of attracting the most people you can. These messages you want to repeat over and over and over again so that your team understand why it is important for them to do that. Then, and only then, you can explain um, what this recruiting means. We all may have different definitions for that. Perhaps Rosa Maria thinks that it's okay to recruit one people a month. Some other people may think differently, and some Daniel may want to recruit 18 individuals a month. So we need to explain to them the expectations, what we normally call the minimum, the viable minimum. And that's the what. You understood already why this is important. Recruiting is important. Now, what does recruiting means? A minimum, as a minimum, one person a month, 4 persons a month, whatever. Normally, in companies where the registration is more costly, the recruiting numbers are lower than the companies that offer registration for free. You may bring people, many people every month. So it's up to you trying to meet that point that is attainable by everyone, but not without effort. So that's what you have to determine. How many people can anyone bring to the company, but not without an effort? For instance, in the first company we started, that company did at the time something that we cannot do now. At the time, you could only register if you contributed $1,000. That is something you cannot do today, but at the time it was normal all over the industry. So we asked our people to recruit one person a month. We thought it was attainable by anyone with some effort. Now, we have some clients that require $200 for registration. Then we ask a recruiting rate of one person a week. And that's how people understand what the expectations are. And then you can start focusing on how to do that. Once they have understood what it's expected from them. And then when you do this, you need to create a working system that everyone can understand. In our experience, the ideal system is what we know is a DMO in English. It's a daily operation method. MDO in Spanish. So you say, now that you understand why this is important, in order to attain what is important, you need to do this every day, to do this every week, and this every month. These are the steps that you have to follow in order to comply with this expectation. For instance, meet someone every day, call people every day, have a presentation every day, come every week to the leadership call, and get active in the companies that are activated every month, or send the names of the people in your team that move to the next level or rank. Let me show you an example. I am going to share my screen with you. This is a DMO, an actual DMO, Everyone is included in one WhatsApp chat. Please, if you are not, contact our people so you can be included in one of the chat. Don't worry, we will send you these examples. But remember that this is only an example. Don't copy this exactly as it is, because you have to make some adjustments to your business. But this is very clear. For instance, we have here common postings of people every day, because that way you open conversations. And there's a suggestion here. The ideal is 5. I did something wrong here. Okay. I hope you can still see my screen. Comment 5 postings by your followers every day. So you can put the number that you think is the best, and we normally leave Sunday blank. Get into the profile of a friend and comment something to your friends 10 days. We're talking about social media, but we also have things that are not for the social media, but the physical world, like reading 30 minutes, establish goals, attend the power training or the great training of our team. In this case, our power training is normally done on Thursdays. So you have a list of activities that you should do every day, or your team should do every day, or once a week, or twice a week. And this way, everyone understands what they should be doing. I could write, go outside and meet people on the streets, or attend our training in the hotel, or bring 3 guests to the house presentation, anything you want. This is like a checklist. So the people in your team may check if they have done something, or not check if they haven't done something. But if we have all checks, the truth is that you cannot forget. If you manage uh, to have everyone doing this, no one will forget anything. I always use the example of pilots. Have you ever had the opportunity of traveling in the pilot cabin in a plane? It's amazing. And you can see the many rituals they have. The first one is using a checklist to check everything. Do we have this such and such on? Is this okay? Yes. And they go over the checklist so they can start the engine of the plane. And then they have another checklist to see if they can move forward. And you may ask, do they really need these? I mean, they have flight for 10,000 hours. They have flown so many times, and they normally use the same plane. They have been using that plane for I don't know how many thousand times. Do they really need the checklist? Yes, they do, because human beings fail and forget things. So when you have a checklist and you give a checklist to your team, that your team will say, "Oh, have I met people today? Yes, I followed my provided follow to my conversations from yesterday. Yes, check." So, what's the philosophy behind all this? That you help your team to focus on the productive activities, the activities that are called in English rainmaking activities. But we're talking about making money rain. The activities that are productive. What are these activities? And this should be part of your culture. In our language, Randy and I think that we have very few productive activities. Number one is meeting people. Meeting people is a productive activity. Why? Because that's the beginning of the process. If you stop meeting people, you stop recruiting and selling. So I need to meet today my partners of the future, my customers of the future. So that's activity, productive activity number one, meeting people. And then the activity number two is inviting these people to know the products or become part of the team. Then business presentations. And then number four is follow up. And number five, selling the product. Those are the productive activities. Everything else is preparedness. But you want this operation method is completely focused on the productive activities because that will help you recruit people actively. Normally, people do passive recruiting. You are waiting for someone to say, hey, my joints hurt. So you offer the product and then you wait for the person to say, oh, the product is expensive. So you can offer a way to get the product cheaper. This is the easiest way, but easy is not necessarily better. Normally, harder things along the history of humankind have been the ones that have helped us move forward. If we would like to do the easy things, we would follow what we normally have in us. The normal and easiest things would be staying in the jungle without clothing and not washing your teeth, not having to study and things like that. But making an effort is what brings us to a better life. And this is what we want to make the team understand, to not using only the easy way and paying attention to what people need. They will actively aim at meeting people every day and looking for people to invite to the meetings or to know about the products or to a business presentation. So we actively, and I stress actively, do these things so I can bring more people that may be interested in joining the business as opposed to the passive way. Perhaps many of you think, if I do this, my team will go crazy and will not sell anything. Again, they will become official recruiters. And we know that recruiting without selling products is something that is even considered illegal and it's penalized. We have heard of a suit by the FTC against some companies for recruiting. And the company said, well, we not only recruit, but we have clients that are or customers that are part of the network. But then government doesn't care if you only recruit and have no customer. You are considered a pyramid, and that's penalized under the law. So the question is, how can we get team that is actively recruiting without damaging the part of the sales? Well, by including in this culture that we are talking about a, a viable customer minimum. For instance, you can tell your team or ask your team to get at least one person to be part of the team and two customers, or perhaps 4 and 4. You can generate within this operation method the requirements that will help you stay solid. For instance, in my case, with my teams, uh, I used to tell them, look, the minimum is 4 and 4, for instance, but also you need to know this. The mechanic works like this. The first 3 days of the month, you will be focusing on getting customers.
Clientes antiguos, le das seguimiento a tus grupos de WhatsApp de clientes, buscas activamente clientes 3 días del mes. ¿Por qué los primeros 3 días del mes? Porque los equipos con los que yo trabajaba y con los que he trabajado hasta el día de hoy, también como consultor, tienen una gran habilidad para no hacer nada los primeros 3 días. Y los primeros 7 también.
Jaime, momentico, por favor. Somehow, your Spanish is coming on the English channel. So, Jesus, can you check?
Sorry,
that,
my
please?
mistake, sir. My mistake, sir.
Okay,
I'll
great.
correct.
Thank you, Jesus.
Ready?
Yeah.
Entonces nos comimos la hamburguesa y nos fuimos a dormir. No, ¿de qué estaba hablando yo?
So we ate the hamburger and went to sleep. No. I was talking about the first 3 days. People are so tired with the previous month that this is the reality. At least for all the people, the Spanish-speaking people, maybe people in Bulgaria, Denmark, or whatever, maybe that doesn't happen to them. But I do know that the Spanish-speaking markets, people work like crazy the last week to close the month. So the following first week of the following month, they do nothing. Randy, I remember, went crazy about this. How is it that the first week, nothing. Second week, nothing. Third week, a bit of growth. And then 100,000 points the last week. And I said, well, that's the way it is. So anyway, if my team was not going to do anything during the first week, I would use it for that. The 3 days of the customer. And that's what people used in order to get their objective, whatever number of clients or customers they were supposed to have. And then you actively go out and seek people out in order for them to listen to the business opportunity. So that you can tell them, hey, I would like to talk with you about business. And that's a little chip that you plant in their brains, getting them to think every day about who they will tell about the business today. For instance, I remember very, very vividly, I put that in my book, but the great key to my own success was the very first training that I was at when I went into this industry. During that first training session, I had a lot of needs, lots of dollars in debt. I hated my job and so on. The people who came to do the training were people with a lot of experience. So throughout the presentation, he used to say things and I wanted to listen, but I still didn't really believe in this activity, this industry. So I would argue back and argue back and argue back until a point came when he actually invited me out of the meeting. I was invited out of the meeting and I was offended, but I was hungry. I was still hungry. So I returned in the end and I said, listen, I apologize for having argued back throughout this training, but it was your fault because you spoke for 4 hours without stopping. Nobody learns 4 hours of training. Tell me one thing to do, and I will do it. I was that cocky at that time. The truth is that looking at it in retrospect, I think I was expecting that he would kick me out of the room. And I said, he actually said, no, let's shake hands and say, okay, one thing you need to do every single day is just make sure that you present the business to somebody at least one individual every single day. Present the business. That changed the business. That changed my life in time. The chip I had in my mind was previously had been, well, how do I manage to do my job today? How do I do PowerPoint? How do I change the system in the company? How is the company doing it right or wrong? I didn't understand anything about that. People think that I was successful in this business because I was very smart or knew a lot about businesses. No, no. I was deeply ignorant. That was the truth. And I did well because of that. I didn't know about marketing networks, businesses, or anything of the sort. The only thing I knew about was that I had to find one individual, at least to present the business to every single day. When I had to educate somebody, and he asked me, hey, how do I do the business? Tell me. And all, all I knew was recruit one person a day, one presentation a day. That's what I taught them. Okay, that's how you do the business. That's how I answered that question. So the time came when I had an organization of 1,000 people who didn't know anything about the business, didn't even understand the compensation plan. The only thing we were sure about is that every single day we had to actively seek out somebody to present the business to. That changes everything. That changed everything in my case. If you want to achieve exponential growth, then make sure you plant the right seeds. Make sure you plant repeatedly those messages that will make your team understand why they need to grow, understand what is expected of them, and understand what 3, 4, or 5 things they have to do every single day without stopping in order to achieve what they and everyone else expects from them. If you do that continuously, you will manage to get a culture that in the future, tomorrow, it will create an army of people providing and contributing and contributing. So that would be a summary explanation so far about the important ingredients in order to achieve explosive growth. We are expounding upon them one by one. And we already explained powerful stories people want to share and viralize what you're telling about your business or your product. We spoke about the culture of growth. We spoke about the culture of recruiting. We spoke about the number of things that a team has to do in order to contribute to that growth and that exponential growth. We will provide ourselves with 30 minutes rest if you want to go to the restroom, eat something, whatever. And when we return, we will listen to the role of the external building tools, external building tools that we use in order to make it easier for us to share our message. Not only the roles of the tools, a lot of you already know that, but what's the ideal toolkit, the toolbox with the ideal tools, the toolkit that we actually need in order to promote explosive growth. So this is our growth. Okay, I already ate up 3 minutes, but let's go. And this is when we start our 30 minutes rest. Please.
touch of yours, it's what I've been looking for. When you say my name, I just wanna feel you more. I tried to read your book, but it's too complicated, and I can't know how you feel. Damn, I hate it. Oh, I'm gonna try to find the light from the sun when I'm underwater. I'm gonna try to feel the heat in the cold and making it harder. wanna tell you that I missed you. I missed you. I missed you. I wanna tell you that I missed you. 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 I wanna tell you that I missed you. 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 We just try and start things off.
Pick your poison, you can follow me. You can run and hide, but you can never find a way. Like a crystal ball, I see everything. Got me on your mind, but mind your own, you never change. Inside it with you, inside it with you, inside it with you, but you don't follow through. Inside it with you, inside it with you, inside it with you, but you don't follow through. I've been through all the highs and lows and lows, and I've seen it all from time ago. Choices, gamble on a dream. Heard the stakes are high, but still you bet on everything. All those voices tell you anything. Baby, you gon' hurt yourself if you keep listening. Inside it with you, inside it with you, inside it with you, but you don't follow through. Inside it with you, inside it with you, inside it with you, but you don't follow through. I've been through all the highs and lows and lows, and I've seen it all from time ago. I was hoping by now that you would know, to see yourself out, time to go.
twist now, baby girl. I love the way you make me feel so good. Going down, coming round, going down, that's the way we feel. Going down, coming round, going down, that's the way we feel. Going down, going round. I'm gonna fight 'em all. I'm gonna fight 'em all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off, taking that time right behind my back. And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. I can fall through my mind behind a secret. And the message coming from my eyes. Come on. And the message coming from my eyes. And the message coming from my eyes. I'm gonna fight 'em all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. I can fall through my mind behind a secret. And the message coming from my eyes. And the message coming from my eyes. And the message coming from my eyes.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are in session number 2. It's now 12 noon in the East, and I don't know, but I think 10 a.m. Mexico. I don't know, but we're going to go here for an hour and 45 minutes. Then we will have another break, and then we will have our final session, and we're ending at 4 o'clock Eastern time. This part right now, we want to talk about the role of external source tools and how they work, what they are, and why they're so important for your business. And by external source, we mean external from you, outside of you. They're usually produced by the company or by the team, but we call them external because it's a external form of validation. Whenever you're in front of a candidate, we have a kind of joke we tell everybody on the team all the time, that when you're in front of a candidate, if your lips are moving, you better be pointing to a tool. Why do we say that? Because that's where duplication lives. Understand the stuff we're talking about today. This is not your average little, seminar. And unfortunately, people pay a lot of money for seminars that don't really teach them how to recruit very well. We're talking about how to build teams in the tens of thousands of people. And to do that, you've got to have duplication. Here's the thing you should know. In any company, you will never sell your way to the top of the compensation plan. No matter how many customers you get and how much products you sell them, you will never get and stay at the top of the compensation plan. Second point, you can never sponsor your way to the top of the compensation plan. And that surprises people when I say that, because most people think, oh, wait, yeah, I can. Let me get a little more light for you here. I can sponsor my way to the top. No, you can't. You might be able to sponsor your way to the top spot for a month or two, but you'll never stay there. The only way you get to the top and stay at the top of your compensation plan, and I know a little something about this because I had about 10-year run of being at the top of the company worldwide income earner. The way to get there is you have to duplicate your way there. And that's where these external source tools are so critical to the process, because they allow you to be duplicated. We have some amazing people in the room, right? And I'm looking in the VIP group, and this is like a who's who of people in the profession. I see so many big name leaders who are here, people who are really successful, who are household names in our profession. And I'm not even going to mention any, because then I'm going to leave some out, but I'm telling you, we have a lot in this room right now that I can see in the VIP room. I can't see most of you. We got 4,000 in one Facebook group somewhere. We have thousands more on a YouTube channel somewhere. We have the English version going on in a couple other spots. But I can tell you, there's talent in this room. We have literally thousands of people all over the world who are streaming, and there's some really incredible people here. But being a really incredible person doesn't mean you're going to be able to duplicate. So for some of you, like who are in the wellness companies and the nutritional companies, you've become experts on nutrition, and you could give a 3-hour workshop about your product line. That's an amazing talent, and not everybody has it. And I celebrate that you have that talent, but I'm going to caution you that you won't be able to be duplicated with that. Some of you are in just more lifestyle businesses, or maybe you've got cosmetics or other type, and you're a great influencer on Instagram and TikTok, and you have 2 million followers who love you and adore you, and they hang on every post you do. That's going to make you a very nice income, but it's not going to duplicate, and you won't stay at the top of the compensation plan. We're trying to show you how to get to the top levels and stay there and create a duplication factory, right? I called, my first book was titled How to Build a Multi-Level Money Machine. And the name of my books have changed, but that philosophy has not changed. I'm all about create a system, unleash the power of duplication, and create a money machine that creates a source of ongoing income. So that's we're focusing for this segment on those type of tools, because those tools are what will give you that duplication, will give you that ongoing income. I have to say, of all of the tools, if you said, Randy, what is the single most important tool that a team or a company could have to build a huge network? I would be so hard to decide. Is it an amazing recruiting video, or is it a new distributor orientation? And I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up picking the new distributor orientation. What is that? It's just a booklet, a guidebook, a place in the mobile app, a place on the website where people go right after they enroll in the business. And it takes them through the process of how to start the business fast, how to go rapidly through it, and how to, the other part of that I think is so important with the new distributor orientation is it allows us to create those important culture that we talked about first. It allows us to create that strong customer culture, that strong rank advancement culture, the active recruiting, the event culture. We do all that because we train people on the importance of those things when they first get started in the business, their first 48 hours in many cases. So, because my experience is that you make or break your new people in the first 2 weeks, and the first 48 hours is critical. A long time ago, when I first developed the original new distributor training, I called it the Fast Start Guide. And what I found is I reduced the dropout rate by about 80%. Because what happens is when we create that culture in the start, here's what you do. You block off your calendar. We plan your activity for the weeks, what we call rainmaker activity that Jaime was speaking about earlier, about this is the activity that produces sales. And that's what you get paid on, the activity that produces sales. So what you can do with this, and this is just an example of a booklet. And let me tell you what happens when so you sponsor someone and you have a PDF, you have an electronic version of this, you have it on the website, you can have a video on the website or a video in the mobile app that works, it kind of takes them through the process, but it does a few things. The first thing, if it's designed really well, it eliminates buyer's remorse. Here's an example of one that I wrote many years ago. Here's the first opening. Congratulations. This may be the best decision you have ever made. Welcome to the team. And it just lets them know that they made a good decision, that there's people here who believe in them, that there's a support structure, that's a sponsorship line that has a vested interest in their success, and that they're going to get help. There's a system to follow. They don't have to be nervous. They don't have to be afraid. They don't have to drop out. The other thing it allows us to do is we get them to, we build the culture immediately where they study, do, and teach simultaneously. Study, do, and teach simultaneously. Because that's the exact opposite of what most people want to do, right? What do most people do? New people. Okay, I'm going to study everything for a couple of weeks. I'm waiting for my product order. I'm going to try all of the products and use them for a month. I'm going to research all of the ingredients of the products. I'm going to memorize how the compensation plan works so I can explain every bonus of the 12 different ways. And what happens? They have no activity for a month and they get distracted and they drop out. When you do the things we're talking about today, you do that grand opening, you have them doing the major blast. That's what you can convey in the new distributor orientation. So you get them study, do, and teach simultaneously. They literally, within 48 hours, 3 days maximum, they're studying stuff, they're doing stuff, and then they're already teaching stuff to new people. So I think that may be the most important tool of any tool that we're ever going to do. And I hope you're keeping a list. Oh, there's my direct selling success book. I love that you're holding that up. But that isn't as important as the new distributor orientation. But that'll show you how to do one. So thanks for holding that up. I appreciate that. Here's the thing. Keep a list of these tools. These are the ones we're saying, hey, to really create exponential growth, you need to have every one of these tools. And if your company isn't providing them, then you're probably, as a team leader, going to have to find a way to make these things happen. And believe me, that's what I did. I joined a company, and the CEO was very proud of the fact that he said, we're going to be the first digital company. We're not going to print any marketing materials, no product catalogs, nothing. Everything's going to be online. And I knew, okay, he's an idiot. He means well, but he doesn't understand how the business actually works. Because in the real world, there is a need for physical tools. And here we are, it's now 20 years later, and I'm still telling you, there's still a need for physical tools. So the new distributor orientation, big one. The next one I want to talk about is the idea of a product catalog, a printed catalog that I have a concept that we use with a lot of clients that we call a magalog. It looks like a magazine, but it's actually a catalog. But we want something that people don't just take and say, oh, somebody's trying to sell me something. If I don't want to buy it, I'm going to throw this away. We actually create a magazine with helpful articles about the product line. In this case, it's a wellness company. And so we have wellness articles, how to get in your best shape, biohacks to strengthen your immunity, how to train like an Olympian. So I'm going to recommend you get a magalog like this, or else just the catalog. But there needs to be a physical catalog. So when somebody's at an event and they're really interested and they love the idea, you want a physical catalog that they can go home with that shows all of the different products. And it has the breakdown, right, of what are the ingredients? What is does it have soy in it? Does it have whey in it, right? There's allergies. People want to know, are certain things in them? They want to know the nutritional profile, the breakdown, how much of the daily recommended vitamins does it include? Those are the kind of things you can have in a catalog. And yes, I know a lot of times it's just done online, but I do believe it is a great investment for a company to print the catalogs. And I think it's a great investment for field leaders to buy 50 or 100 copies at a time and give one to every single person who ever sees a presentation, if they join or if they don't join. Even if they tell me, no, thanks, I'm not interested, I say, please take this, and you might know someone who would appreciate it. I'm still going to send them home with it. Because I know one day, if their cable breaks down and they can't watch TV and they don't know what to do with their life, they might pick up that catalog and say, wow, I didn't know they had that product, and maybe they're going to buy it. Number 3 on the list is a intrigue video, or sometimes we call this the sizzle video or the preview video. What this is a short presentation. They're usually 2 to 3 minutes. I've gone as long as 4 minutes, where we're just intriguing the candidate to look at a presentation. And so it should talk about the product line, but not specifically the name of the company or the products. It should talk about the business opportunity, but again, not specifically mentioning the company, because the whole point of this intrigue video is what we call the pre-qualification step. Remember this morning when I talked about the candidate pathway? The first step in that candidate pathway is pre-qualifying people. Are they interested in the product line? Are they interested in the business opportunity? And hopefully they're interested in both. But we've got to qualify them. So that's an important part of the equation. The next thing I would put on the list is a full-length product line video. That this is a video you could show someone who does not want to do the business. They go through that first pre-qualifying step, or maybe they go through the first pre-qualifying step. They're intrigued by the business and they see a full presentation. But afterward, they decide, I don't think I want to do a business. Their next step would be a full-length product video that talks about all the product lines and, most importantly, directed to the candidate. What are the benefits of these particular products? And if you see the ones we create for companies, I mean, they are up-tempo, driving music, fast-paced. They need to appeal to the later millennial generations. They have to appeal with people who have short attention spans. I'm not going to play any sample videos because I don't want anyone to think we're trying to recruit, promote any individual companies. You know, whenever you come to Duplication Nation, anything that Jaime and I do is a safe space. No one will ever be trying to recruit your people into something. But if you saw the ones we do, you would see like the image changes on the screen like every second and a half. They're fast paced. There's graphics on the scene. There's drive-in music beat that runs throughout, high energy stuff. So we're going to do this with all the videos, the intrigue video, the product video, and the next item on my list, which is a full-length presentation video. I'm a big believer in this because you will always have new lines developing in new areas where there is literally only one distributor there in the whole city, or sometimes the whole state. And when you're launching internationally, sometimes the whole country. So there'll be one person who's the first person to open Colombia. They need something. They don't have big meetings they can bring people to. They don't have a sponsor who can help them. They need a presentation video, a full length, which should open with the benefits of the business and the lifestyle. Choose the people you work with, pick the hours you work, travel opportunities. Many countries, there are tax advantages for running a business in your house. You become successful by helping other people reach success, and there's no limits on your income. That should be opening with that. Then it should explain the benefits of the product line. Then it should explain how they make money in the business. It doesn't have to be all of the specific details of the compensation plan, but it should show them, it should introduce the concept of leverage and show them how they can earn money. Then it should show the support structure, the training, the events, the sponsorship line, the marketing materials. You got to let them know they are not going to be alone. There are all of these resources to help them be successful. Then there has to be a call to action where we suggest get pack A or pack B or pack C. And then it should kind of wrap up with timing and positioning. Why it's important to act now. A great presentation has passion, intensity, and urgency. So that's a tool. Then that same tool, I believe that same outline should be created for a PowerPoint presentation that follows the same standardized presentation, but that people can use in a home meeting, let's say, or in a Facebook or a Zoom or some other kind of live stream presentation. And they'll also use these sometimes at home meetings and hotel meetings where they've got a big screen up and they're just going through the PowerPoint. Because remember, if your lips are moving, you got to be pointing to a tool. So that tool might be a presentation video. It might be a PowerPoint on the screen. And then the third part of that, I'm going to have them do another one, which is a flip chart version of basically the flip chart is the PowerPoint deck, but done as a flip chart. So it has an image on one side, and then it has notes or the talking points on the other side. So if I'm a new distributor and I'm making my first few presentations, I'm meeting someone at a coffee shop, I have the flip chart. And as I, flip over the pages, I have notes on the back here that tell me the important talking points that I need to cover. That's where duplication lives. The next, every company has a comp plan breakdown. It's the legal document, and every company needs to have this. That is, the legal says that, okay, to qualify for this rank, you need this much point value, you need this many personally sponsored people who have qualified at each rank. So you need that. Every company should have that. But then the other thing every company should have is how you earn with ABC company. And this is where you take the legal criteria of the compensation plan, but you present it in a marketing piece. Like here, this is how do you unleash the power of leverage? And that's, you need a piece, again, a printed piece that people can take home.
Cualquier cosa que se puedan llevar a su casa como este impreso.
Okay, I'm getting the Spanish translation again on the English channel. So you see, like in this one, I'm talking about some of the trends that you'll be able to get. Working long distance, social media, direct marketing, e-commerce, right? And then it breaks down. Like if you have a bonus card, how you're going to talk about that. If you give free cruises or free trips, talk about that. The lifestyle business. So again, I want a printed version that I can send home with people after a presentation. You always want to have what we call the take-home pack at each stage of the presentation. And then the other thing that I just think is one of the sexiest things that I've ever developed for every client I ever work with is what I believe you need some kind of mass market recruiting tool. Meaning, like this case, it's a booklet. It's 11 secrets of the perfect lifestyle business. And then it's bright, it's not, it's colorful, and it's just benefit copy about the reasons. In this case, I wrote 11 different reasons on why this is a good business. And then on the back, you have a box that says, for more information, contact. And this is where people put in, they rubber stamp or they put their sticker with their contact information. Why is this tool so powerful? Because this tool can get you new customers and new distributors that you've never met before. Because when you're in an Uber, you leave 2 of these in the seat pocket, or a Lyft, 2 in the seat pocket. When you're on an airplane, you leave a couple of those in the seat pocket. Even if the cleaning crew is going to take it out afterward, I don't care, because I want the cleaning crew to read it, because maybe I'm going to sign up the cleaning crew, right? If I'm on a plane and there's nobody sitting in the other seats next to me, I'm going to leave these in every seat in the plane, right? When you go to the doctor's office or the dentist's office, you leave 10 of those on there. So don't buy these and hoard them. Buy these and give them away every month. Put it on an auto ship subscription. Get 50 a month and hand out 50 every month. Get 100 a month and hand out every month. If you have a big team, you start to realize, wow, I could have 1,000 of these being distributed every month. I could have 10,000 of these being distributed every month. I could have 50,000 copies of this every month being circulated with the contact information of people on my team. This is powerful, people, because they just keep circulating and circulating. So pretty soon you have 10,000 copies of How to Earn circulating. You have 100,000 copies of the mass market tool circulation. You have 20,000 copies of your catalog in circulation. And they all have stamps and stickers on them of contact information of people in your team. I'm telling you, this is where you can, remember before the break, Jaime was talking about creating frenzied culture of recruiting. And these tools are the perfect way to make that happen. So you got the list, please make sure that's what you want to work on. And if the company isn't providing them, you're going to have to look at, hey, what do we need to do as a team? Because we want to grow as fast as possible. And speaking of growing as fast as possible, one of the other things that's integral to the equation is building long distance lines. You cannot get and stay at the top of the comp plan if you only work your local market. You need to develop diversity in your business and new leaders, and that will naturally, as you go down in depth, it's going to take you to other cities, other states, and if you're an international company, even other countries. So I'm going to turn it back to my partner here, and he's going to share some of the best practices for building long distance. Jaime.
Thank you very much, my friend.
Well,
Imagínate esta
let's say I have this scene. In 2011, we were invoicing, pulling in invoicing, while our whole team, we were invoicing about $6 million a month in Mexico. We were the company that everybody hated, the company everybody was attempting to sabotage, or everyone wanted to join. In that scenario, we were invoicing so much that several things happened. The first one is that the corporate used that money in order to save other markets that were going critical for them, Asia, Europe. And the money to save those markets was the money that we were producing, which had the effect of not having the cash flow needed in order to do some important tramitations, official ones, that eventually meant that the company ran out of product. One fine morning, the local director, the Mexican company representatives told us, you know what? We're going to be a month without product. And we said, well, okay, let's work with our team. We have to do this and that and the other thing to prevent this from happening. And after the month, the director calls us again and says, good news, bad news. The bad news is that we will be 3 more months without product. The good one, well, I just said that, but there's no good news at all. 4 months with no product in an organization that had been invoicing $6 million a month. It just crashed, collapsed, disappeared. The organization disappeared because people left demotivated. Trying to raise that was trying to bring back the dead, right? So the only reason we survived uh, was that this was one of 25 teams worldwide, maybe 2,000 people in Argentina, maybe 8,000 people in Spain, and so on. So the fact that we had lines long distance allowed you to diversify and prevent, secure yourself against disasters like this one. Diversification, the key to security. Every investor, every grandma knows this. Grandma used to say, "Not, don't put your eggs, all your eggs in one basket." Grandma used to say that. Diversify. You put everything in a single basket. Stuff can happen. Horrible stuff can happen. Randy had this happen to him. The hurricane, that hurricane that destroyed half of Florida, his whole Florida team had to stop working for about 3 years. That stuff happens. And yet, if you have various teams dispersed, you can survive anything. Now, in addition to providing you with solidity, stability, new lines like that allowed you, also allow you to grow exponentially. It's like franchises. I don't know whether you saw that movie about the founder that was not really the founder of McDonald's, but he's the one who decided to do franchises. That's the concept. The the team where you are obviously depends on you. They became used to depending on you. The minute you begin to open or other groups that are where you are not present all the time, there's no other alternative. Raise your hand. Everybody here in the chat that normally has big organizations, how many of you has had the situation happen when a team opening away, far away from you is the one that needs you the least, and yet it is the most successful one, and so on? Why is that? That team was born without being dependent on you. And that's one of the characteristics of every great leader. You're independent. You cannot have a leader that is dependent. The two things are opposite each other. If I have to call Erica for every thing I have to do, my presentation, my training, Erica, can you help me with this, with that, the other thing? I will grow as if I were trying to row a boat through mud, clay or tar. Every step I have to consult with the boss. For every new measure, I have to ask the boss whether she can be. Her agenda, in addition to mine, have to synchronize. What makes for great growth? Independence. Independence brings about fluidity, allows you uh, to react fast. I will do a new piece of training, new presentation. You don't need anybody else. So the great leaders are independent. That is a fundamental natural condition. When people are far away from you, they have to be independent because they are not going to wait for Erica once a year to come to work with us or whenever that is. You have to grab the opportunity for your organization. Every time you open a new line, it is like opening a new franchise. a new owner, a new operator, their own workers. They will grow independently from you. You will duplicate your income thereby. Another one, yet, well, it's triple your income. Of course, assuming all of them work as well as your own. Not all will do that. Some will be pretty bad, but others will be better even than mine. I was in charge of the Mexico team. I did everything. The leaders in Spain were doing it better than me. My leaders in Spain were doing it better than myself. So you will have organizations that are stronger and others that are weaker, but you will have explosive growth. So some important principles in order to do this well done is number one, distance is not uh, just physical. It can be social distance too, not just physical. What does this mean? When we talk about a distant client, we're thinking about, well, how am I going to work with Peru, Colombia, Tibet? The further, the better, we think. But distance can be social. It doesn't have to be necessarily Afghanistan, all right? What happens if you look for people who are in a different social stratum from that where you are, a different tribe that is not yours? Because the standard thing is for organizations to grow among people who resemble each other. If I'm a Mexican, sort of bald, 40 something years, and so on, my normal thing would be for my organization to be made up of bald people, 40 something males who are married, because people tend to identify with their leader. My testimonial is very powerful for anyone who is similar to me, right? Now, what happens if I achieve a situation where I enter the Armenian community here? And if I have a great explosion over there with, a growth explosion, and I go to the Mexican Chinese community and I achieve some growth there. These are like little explosions, growth explosions that begin to happen throughout the panorama of your organization. We used to have a super leader in the Amish organization in Mexico, the Lebanese community in Mexico, the Jewish community in Mexico. We had super leaders there. These were little growth fountains that among them, they felt they were being the first ones and something. You see, everybody has this idea that being the first one is better. Not always true. It's a myth, not always true. There are people who entered in companies, in the oldest companies that started 2 years ago, in the oldest companies in our profession. 2 years ago, they entered, and yet they are among the top. Or maybe you have 20 years in one and you're not at the top yet. And people, however, believe in the myth. Being first makes you best. And as we say in marketing, perception is reality. If people perceive that being first is best, that's their reality. So if you managed to open a new group, that is to say, I will open a group consisting entirely of millennials. I am not one, but I will open a group consisting entirely of millennials. I will get them to go in, fall in love with the idea of being the first millennials in their organization. It'll be very, very emotional, exciting for them because they saw how they could have this a similar success to that of me in my team. So don't just think in terms of miles or kilometers. Think also of social distance. People very different from you socially, not just physically. Then principle number two, you are not the person in charge of getting the distant teams. You get the leader. The leader gets the team. Principle number 3, quite related to the previous one. You are not in charge of ensuring the line's growth. No, you make the leader grow. The leader makes the line grow. I will repeat it because this is perhaps the most important key of all. You do not get the line. You get the leader. The leader gets the line. You don't grow the line. That you grow the leader grows the line. One of the greatest mistakes in my career was to find a line that was extremely successful, growing, and I said, well, I'm going to go live there. Of course, that line was in Cancun, so yeah, there are a lot of reasons to go to live over there, right? But I saw the line growing very fast, and I said, hey, I'm going to work with them over there. 2 days afterwards, 2 days, just listen to this. Not, I'm not that creative so as to make this up. 2 days afterwards, the leaders disappeared. 2 days after I arrived, Jaime is here. He will take charge of everything. Let him do the event. Let him do the presentations. Let him deal with the problems. So the worst thing you can do for an organization is to push over the leader. On the contrary, you stand aside and let them grow. You empower them. You don't push them down. You don't hold them back. A few minutes ago in the Zoom here, there were people asking about long distance leaders. They were asking, "Is it a good idea?" And I said, "It's not just a good idea. It's the only feasible idea. You have to empower them. Well, find them, empower them, help them build an organization."
Preguntan, ¿puedes tú dar este entrenamiento? Si tú
When you
crees
find a leader like that, and if they ask you, can you do the training? If you think that they can do it as good only half as good as you teach them. You don't do it in their place. You teach them to do it. This problem, can you solve it? Yes, I could. But you can solve it, and I'll teach you how. He solves it. You teach them. If I want to open a line consisting of millennials, they won't listen to me. I see it at home, my own children. I tell them about things that they just look at me like, what? What's he talking about? Like when a little dog listens to a noise that he's not used to. It's like that. I tell them about things that they do not understand. If another child their age explains the same thing, this is great, this is wonderful, blah, 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 you can pull ahead with this, they listen. So you want the leadership of that group to be internal. And when it's a distance, a physical distance, when it's a physical distance, I cannot carry an organization in Venezuela if I live in Uruguay. Physically, it's impossible. I would have to travel half a month every month in order to more or less support something like that. I need local leadership to uh, be in charge of having a structure for this. So the most important key is this: find the leader. So principle number 4, how do you define where to grow to? You grow to where you will find the leader. Nowadays, with social networks, you don't have to travel in order to find people elsewhere. Now you have people a click away in any country where you want to grow. Let's say my company is in 10 countries. I'm going to know people from all 10 countries. If I can place paid publicity or advertising, my company allows it, I will do it. $5, $10 in order to get people in those territories. But I don't know who the leader is, and that's where I want to grow. So I will have people in Peru, Colombia, Ecuador, Chile. What will I do? I will do the same as I would like to do with the people I sponsor right here next door. I will set tests for them in order to identify who is really hungry, who is really eager for leadership to become a leader. Welcome to the team, I will say. Along the next 3 days, I will make presentations, give you presentations over Zoom, and you have to connect to Zoom 20 people a day. A few of them will bring no one. I will never see them again. Thank God I didn't have to travel all the way out there to work with them. Other people will bring a few. Yeah, maybe five, maybe six, seven people. But there will be some of them that will be complete outliers. Once I was opening a new line in a different section of town, not so far, not another country. It was another section of town. One of my first lines, and I said, listen, I will do an event in order to present the business to your guests. There were five different leaders. You have to bring 50 people. I said, I want to confess something. I didn't have the, I will confess that I didn't have the courage to say that. But my mentor, the same one who had taken me out of the room, the one who told me you have to do a presentation a day, he was the one who said, well, you have to bring 50 people to this event. All right. So you got the first one comes in with two, another one maybe with eight guests, and a little couple didn't arrive. Okay, bad. We're starting out bad. They didn't show up for their first. And yet, all of a sudden, one of those huge intercity buses parks in front of my house's gate. We were doing this in my house. 54 people got off the bus, and at the end, it was my two people. To the very last day I remained in that company, they were my best leaders. So the first day I realized who were going to be the great leaders of that business. Obviously, you cannot travel to support every single one of your people. In fact, you have to devote, as you grow more and more, you have to devote a percentage of your budget to work with your distant clients, long distance clients. That's a limited budget, however. It should not impact your quality of life. My personal rule was very clear. For instance, I would continue with my job, and my job made me a living. I wouldn't I wouldn't pull out a single cent out of my business check. This business, I mean, I would use this business check to buy my product and to travel in order to support these other lines. So when my check was $100, I couldn't stretch it too far, right? Only to go to other sections in town, perhaps. $1,000 would allow me to go to another city. $5,000 was enough to get me to another country. So I used the money, I reinvested the money in building the business elsewhere. But I had to choose where to travel before that. You have four, five, six, 7 cities. You can't go to 7 cities every month or even five. If you're a starting out leader, maybe with your lines to your far out lines, maybe you could go uh, 3 days, maybe in one month. If you are a leader with 500, 1,000 people, more people than that, well, maybe 5 days a month you can take care of your far away lines. But others you cannot do, perhaps. How will you know when where the leaders are? In this planning stages that you are doing, you will realize who were doing the task, actually was doing the homework. I recruited people, let's say, in 12 countries, who, among all of those, are bringing people to the Zoom calls, to the leadership calls. And that's where you go to pour gasoline, so to speak, onto that fire. Your work is not to light up the fire. Your job is to add gasoline to a fire already ongoing. You don't start the fire, you add fuel when it's already ongoing. That's what you have to be attentive to all the time, unceasingly. The last piece of advice is that you should have a central structure consisting of every leader from a distant line. Keep a central structure where you speak with couples, with everyone. You shouldn't be the one present with every single team. If you have 8 distant lines, you have one meeting a week with the leaders of each one of those organizations, which will allow you to have a sort of umbrella that will cover and protect everyone, where everyone will use the same tools, share the same culture, and to the extent possible, uh, all of them should think that they belong to something greater than they are, which gives them a great sensation, perfect sensation. On the one hand, they will say, we are a line that somehow competes with all the others. We are always wanting to grow and being out in front. But on the other hand, we are a single family, healthily in a friendly competition with everybody else. But that can only happen if the heads of the lines have a certain amount of camaraderie, fellowship, brotherhood among them. The leaders have to be brothers and sisters. That's a social rule known for centuries by humanity. Even in ancient civilizations, what did they do in order to join territories and nations and peoples? Marry the king to the princess and so on from one place to the other. And when a king would notice that his kingdom was at risk, he would begin to ask himself, okay, who has resources, people I would like to see as my allies? Well, this county and that dukedom and so on and so forth. Get somebody to marry over there, get somebody for my son and my daughter. That's what I do. So through these dynastic marriages of the heads of dynasties, that's how we marry the peoples. That's what we do with our team. Sometimes we ask, how do I get 15,000 people in both teams to join with each other? No, you don't get 15,000 people to join. You get 7 or 8 heads of teams to join. Through them, everybody else will join. So, with whatever periodicity or frequency you can do it among the heads, you do brotherhood or sisterhood. Frequent nearness generates brotherhood. If I have to see Silvia and David every week, and every week we get together in order to undertake projects and plan, and we have to see each other's faces and help and provide advice to each other. In the beginning, we are unknown to each other, but the time comes when we begin to realize that we are more alike than we thought. Silvia likes the same things as I, David has my same hairdo, and so on.
So we can help each other as we understand that we are closer than we thought, and that creates a brother sisterhood, the sense of closeness that will help you, may help you tomorrow to keep a cordiality and a common focus. And that's something that changes everything. Another thing, when you have a line, find a line that works, create an intensive campaign to help them get fired. You may provide the resources they need to do that. For instance, every time I would open a new line, I would work with those lines or that line for 3 days, only 3 days, because I didn't want to take the leadership from the local leaders. So I would say, please bring the largest number of prospects that you have. I will be there from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at the lobby of the hotel. This is my schedule. Use it, fill it up. And they would continue to bring prospects, as many as they could. I would help them with that. Then I would provide training, and then I would help them leave whatever part of the culture they would think important. So internet is important, but sometimes you have to travel to help your lines, because creating culture and handling in present meetings are difficult to handle through Zoom. You may start using Zoom, but if you think it's worth it, you may travel and use maybe 2 or 3 days to help them leave the whole experience. If you need events or training or whatever, business presentations, you do that. So you help them by providing in 3 days the experience of the whole thing. And of course, you establish some homework for them to do, because people should earn the privilege of working with you. So you may say, hey, we just had an event with 50 people. Whenever you have a 200 event, 100 people event, I can come back. So there's the carrot. Or if you started with 25, you can say, if you get 500, I may come back, or I send Brandy. Or if you organize 1,000 a 1,000 people event, Randy and I would come here to talk to that people. So you would provide clear expectations, and they need to do what you are asking them to do. So they show you that they are looking forward to work hard for their dreams instead of wanting you to work for their dreams. So you start setting fires until you get a massive fire. I think one of the most important secrets of great leaders is that they understand the power of creating micro organizations that are fully independent within the organization's umbrella. So there you are. This is one of the most important tools. The other key tool that will complement this one is events. Once you open lines at a distance, you need to create a set of events that will support their growth. Now I will give the floor back to Andy Gates so he can explain the role of events and how to create spectacular events.
Spectacular events. I love the sound of that. Okay, so remember what we said. We want to be doing both. We want to be doing live, and we want to be doing virtual, in person and online. But really, we're pushing you guys to get back out with live events again, because it's really important. The clients we have that are producing the biggest growth right now are doing it with events. And really, I mean, we started early in 2021. We felt in the fall like we've got to get back to events again. So we were working with a company. We told them, listen, they had brought us in and to start to remake their duplication. And we said, guys, you need to set up an event. And they're like, Man, nobody can get visas, the COVID restrictions. We'll only have 80 people there. And we said, great, let's start with those 80 people. Well, they didn't get 80, they got 300 to start, which filled the room. So they got a bigger room. It got to 600. They got a bigger room. We actually ended up with more than 900 people. And we believe that was the takeoff point where duplication really came into being for them and they understood, and we developed the leadership. So it's important, you know, the different types of events there are. And just so you know, we're going to go to like 1:45 with this section. We're going to take one last break, and then we're going to come back, and then we have the final session, which is huge because that's the one on handling hyper growth and how to use social media for virality. So whatever you were planning, you guys who were thinking of sneaking out early and going to the car wash or the supermarket or the baseball game, you better forget it. This is too important. So different type of events. One, we know, of course, opportunity presentations. There should be home version, hotel version, online version, but somewhere where your team can bring candidates and put them in front of an external source presentation that goes through the whole process again, the benefits, the product, how they make money, the support structure, the call to action, the timing and positioning. The next thing that we're recommending really strong is a concept we call leadership academies. If you're not familiar with that, we don't have time to go into that today. But if you read my book, Direct Selling Success, look for the chapter there on presentations, and you'll see specific training on leadership academies. Basically, what these are training events done on a local level to develop your roster of presenters. This is how your people become amazing presenters, because there's 3 different segments that are done each week. There's one done on just product training. There's one done on like an expanded version of a testimonial or a personal story. And then there's a segment where they're talking about the how you make money, like you would present in an opportunity presentation. And so it's amazing training done at the local level weekly to get people to become those amazing presenters that we want them to become. The powerful aspect of this is you can use it as a second look for candidates who've already seen any kind of original presentation. Now you have a very non-threatening way to bring them to get a second look, because you say, hey, we do a training every week. It's an academy for leaders, and we teach them how to be more successful in the business. If I buy you a ticket, would you be willing to come? You can just sit in, eavesdrop, and you will see how we train the team. You will see the kind of support structure there is, and you'll see how the business is done. And then you can decide if you want to get involved or not. And it's a powerful way to get them for a second look. The third, next one would be training seminars, right? You need to be doing events that are exclusively for training for your team. And I'm going to encourage you that we really emphasize that those events have real world training, not just motivational stuff. Particularly for my friends in Latin America, I see a lot of training events that don't really have a lot of training. They call them training. They tell people we're going to teach you how to do the business, But then when you get there, it's just a leader telling their story. And they're showing pictures of their old car when they were broke, and now pictures of their new car, and pictures of their old cheap apartment, and then pictures of their new beautiful house. And they have lots of motivational quotes from Martin Luther King and Buddha and Gandhi and Jesus and Elon Musk and Oprah Winfrey. But there's no training how to meet people, how to work a candidate list, how to tell the product story, how to follow up. Those skill sets have to be a part. If you really want to create exponential growth, it's really important that you have regular training events and you teach actual skill sets at those training events. And then the other thing that's really effective, and I love to do these, are hybrid events. Like the Leadership Academy is really a hybrid event. It's a training meeting, but we also use it for recruiting because it's there as a second look. You can do the same thing. I have a lot of times I've used this and clients are using it where we call it super Saturday, for instance, or Super Sunday. And it's a hybrid event where first there is an opportunity presentation, and then there's a break, and people can sign up if they like what they see. And then after the break is a training. So you get to tell people during the presentation that, hey, if you like this, you can enroll at the break and you can get some training immediately. It'll take 6 months off your learning curve. And those are really powerful. So consider those hybrid events. Even when we do major events, even when we do conventions, many times we will start with an opportunity presentation where everybody can bring guests, then have a break, and then would start the regular session. So those are the different types and the purposes of those events. Now, Jaime, would you please explain to them why we do these events? Because there's so many people say, well, I don't want to do events. Can't I just stay home in my bunny slippers and go to Zoom once a week? No, not if you want to really support your team and really create growth, because there are some very specific reasons why we do them. And Jaime's going to share them with you now.
Yes, on one hand, it's very important for everybody to understand the importance of events. And on the other hand, it's important for the leaders to be intentional and be attentive or focusing on the results, because where you have your focus, you get your results. If you focus on 2, 3, or 4 things that you want to accomplish, you will accomplish them. Otherwise, you will have no results. So what are the 6 things that should happen or result from all the events, and are the reasons why people shouldn't miss events? Number 1 is sharing knowledge. This is the most obvious. Some people know more things or are more knowledgeable, and they can share that knowledge. Products, for instance, we have some people that are experts and know every ingredient, every form of use, everything about a product. So an event is useful for these people to share their knowledge with other people. Benefit number two is improve the sense of the relationship. This is important, maybe the most important thing, because we were talking earlier about the power of getting the heads together. And this is almost impossible if you have no opportunity to meet the other person and talk to that person. There is a mechanism in human beings through which we build trust and get close to everything that resemble us, because that's the way we learn. I mean, we generalize things. So when I meet someone that is like me, I say, "Oh, this person is so great. I like this guy. I am not a serial killer. Most probably, that person will not be a serial killer either." So we are similar. But the most magical thing is that human beings have something in common. So when you get people together in an event, they understand that sooner or later they understand that we are the same. There's a book, Delivering Happiness, by the founder of Zappos, where he explains he created the best internal culture because for many years the company was thought to be the company with the best internal culture. And he talked about creating opportunities to have meetings without an agenda, not working meetings. No, the kind of meetings you have when you meet someone in the hall, or when you go to lunch with someone, because that is good for people to bond. When someone in your team meets someone else that is similar, or that they identify, those are great because you can walk away from a company or a leader, but you don't walk away from your friend. And you don't need to like everybody. You just need to like your people in your team to like one person. Each one of them may have one people they like. I cannot pretend or think that I will make friends with everybody, but I can make everybody to meet someone they want to be friends with. And the other thing I want uh, events for is creating culture, because in the events, people will see that everybody is doing such and such. And if I am not doing that, I need to do that. Everything I'm saying right now is applicable to in-person, hybrid, or virtual or online events. Great organizations make sure they have the three of them. They have some in-person, some hybrid, and some online events. And the magic I'm describing should happen in all of them. Let's say that I want my team to become uh, sharp, to be always on time. And I can do that through an event because I will have my whole team there, and I could reinforce the topic of punctuality over and over again. Or, for instance, I want my team to forget about alcohol and or stop, quit smoking and things like that, because we are part of a wellness company. I can do that through events. I cannot talk about the value of health and smoke every day, or drink alcohol every day. So I need my team to understand that this is a value for all of us, and an event will help me do that. An event is the best place for me to do this. I could foster um, uh, events like going out for a walk to promote well-being and health. Another important thing is that an event may change the behavior of people. People that may be kind of lazy when they are alone, or surrounded just by a few people, change their behavior when they are in a bigger or a larger group. All the auto-sabotage activities are difficult to maintain when I am surrounded by a larger group. These things appear in solitude because I don't want the other people to see that I am out of sabotaging myself or doing things that I shouldn't be doing. That's why they events help you change the behavior of people. Next thing is the learning of skills. If you only provide events for hooray, hooray, we're the best and things like that, nothing will happen. I have been in an event that lasted 3 days with people that will talk about their lousy life they used to have and the change and the new life, and we are the best, and just 1,000 quotes, and we are the best, and yes, we can do it. And everybody leaves the event like they drank liters and liters of Red Bull, but nothing happens the next day. So that's why you need to provide training for people to learn skills. We have just shared knowledge, we know motivation, but we also provide them with opportunities to learn skills, how you get in touch, how you create this or that, how you do this or that. And the most important thing to me is building belief, that people will believe in this again from the bottom of their hearts, because 99.9% of the time someone stops working is because they don't believe anymore. If you know that this will change your life, that you truly know that this will change your life and you will change the economic life of your whole family and even your grandchildren, you will continue working really hard. But if that person stops believing that the company is moving ahead, or that you stop believing that you are a great leader, or that they don't believe in the industry anymore, or the way the company works in this country, you name it. The thing is that they don't believe anymore and they stop working. And a well prepared event will help the people believe again and say, yes, this is where I should be. And whenever you feel like that, you uh, you fight for it. So if you're in charge of organizing the event, make sure it has all the necessary ingredients. If you are not in charge of the event, enjoy the event and use all these things that are offered to you through the event. But again, the idea is that the events will result in change and growth. And now I give the floor back to Randy Gage, my dear friend.
You're on mute. Randy, you are on mute.
Randy, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you. So Jaime talked about building belief and the importance of that. The biggest element of these events that we're doing. I have to tell you, for those who don't know my story, I struggled for 5 years in this business. I changed companies many times. I kept going to local meetings. I was driving my broke, rusty Plymouth automobile, and I would park it in the back or a couple blocks away so people wouldn't see how broke I was, so I could go to the meetings and talk to my candidates about traveling the beaches of the world together and living a dream lifestyle. And all I was doing was losing money, buying tools and buying products, buying distributor kits. And finally, I was in a company and they were having a convention. And my sponsor told me, Randy, you have to get to that convention. And I said, I cannot go to that convention. I do not have any money. He said, Randy, you have to find a way to get to that convention. I told him, I don't think you understand. I didn't join this business to spend money. I joined this business to make money. I need to make money. I was living in Miami. The convention was in Anaheim, California, close to Disneyland. Very expensive plane ticket, hotel room. I didn't have the money. My sponsor just kept pushing to me. Randy, you have to do something to break the poverty cycle. You have to get to this event. When you see what this is about, your entire career, and then your entire life is going to be transformed. So I was kind of between jobs, and I was trying to do freelance work as a writer. So I would pitch an idea to a magazine, and they might buy it and pay me $150, sometimes $75. So I had the idea, I'm going to pitch an article to a magazine about visiting Anaheim, California, and doing a travel review. And so the magazine said, yeah, if you go to Anaheim, we'll buy the story. So then I sent a message to American Airlines, and I said, I'm a freelance writer. I'm doing a story about travel to California, and I wonder, would you give me an airplane ticket? And then I will write about American Airlines in my story. And they said, yes, we have they call them FAM trips, which is short for familiarization. They usually give them to travel agents. They gave it to me as a writer. Then I started calling hotels in Anaheim, said, I'm a travel writer. I have a magazine that's going to it's going to publish my story. I'm looking for a hotel who will give me a room, and I will mention you in the story. And I found a hotel like 2 miles away from the convention center. They said, yes, we will give you a room. So I registered for the convention. I flew there. I walked every morning 2 miles because I didn't have money for a taxi to the convention center. And I walked 2 miles back. I went to the supermarket. I bought a loaf of bread, a tiny bottle of mayonnaise, and a pack of cheese slices. And for 2 days, I ate bread, cheese sandwiches, because that's all the money I had. There were 2,000 people in that convention. It transformed my life. For anyone who doesn't know, I have made millions of dollars in commissions as a distributor. I mean, I had one run with one company where I made more than $10 million in commission. And that's not the only company I've ever worked, right? That company got sold, or I would still be there, right? But I've made a lot of money. And I'm telling you, I would have made zero of it if I didn't go to that first convention. Because there was 2,000 people in one place. I had been to concerts with a lot of people. I had been to baseball games and football games that had a lot of people, but I never saw 2,000 people who were gathered just because they believed in success. I never was in a room with 2,000 people who were there because they believed in their dreams. The president and founder of the company spoke. He was like a god to me. And I was sitting in the hall and he was on stage live talking to me. I met the biggest leaders in the company. I got to shake hands with like two of them. I got to hear stories. There were people on stage that were talking about stories like mine. So I never missed another major event. And I did what I had to do to get there. We would rent a double room in a hotel. So they had two beds. So two people would share one double bed. Two people would share the other double bed. One person would sleep on the sofa. A couple of people would sleep on the floor. Sometimes we had people who slept in the bathtub. We would get one double room and we would have 8 or 9 or 10 people if we had to in that room. And I'm telling you, that is the reason for my success. So I'm telling you that because, Jaime, I want you to talk about, there is an event coming up later this year. Now, you need to understand, everybody watching, this event will be conducted in Español solamente. It will only be conducted in Spanish. But for all of my gringo friends who are listening, do not leave, because this is just as important for you. Because Jaime mentioned, when he was talking about long distance line, he talked about, what if you opened a Chinese line? What if, if you're a gringo and you open a Spanish line, a Russian line, right? This is how the business expands. Every great leader has a number of different lines. So I think, like, I have clients here in the United States and they only have their website in English. And I'm telling them, are you crazy? Do you have any idea how big the Spanish speaking market in the United States is? And gets bigger all the time. And of course, I've been so blessed for the last, 10 years. I've been building in Latin America, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Panama, Venezuela, even Argentina, Brazil. I mean, the Spanish market in the world is extraordinary. Spain, right? Other places in Europe. So there's an event that even if you don't speak English, you need to know about this event. And because you need to be building in the Spanish speaking market. And you don't have to speak Spanish to build in the Spanish market. All you have to do is sponsor one serious bilingual person. And that can make all the difference in the world to you. So anyway, Jaime, take a couple minutes, explain what is this magical, mystical event that I'm talking about, please.
Claro que sí. Y la gran mayoría de la gente que nos está viendo hoy de habla hispana seguro ya lo sabe.
The vast majority of the people, Spanish-speaking people, sure that we are watching us today, Spanish-speaking people already know about it, I think. But this event, let me explain. This is the Summit Palooza, let's say. It is the evolution of the Leaders Summit, that Spanish-speaking event that is unique, no other like it. The best leaders in the industry get together in order to teach everyone how to build their business, but big time. And we called it this time Summit Palooza because we want to teach you how to be a rock star in this kind of business. Everything you need to become a true rock star in your own company, you have to, in your own business, you have to, you will learn here. In the page, in the web page for this, you will see about all the people who will share testimonials, people who thanks to what they learned in similar summits, they came up to the top of their respective companies. It didn't fall out of heaven, right? They had to work for it.
Las habilidades para
But they
construir.
came out of that event knowing how to work, the skills they needed to work properly. What they have learned, what you have learned about from Randy, imagine having 15 Randys day after day, nonstop, sharing knowledge, sharing tools, giving you working, working carpets and working papers. They teach you how to do things. People are taught how to do things. There are a lot of events that are just motivation and applause and rah rah and so on. But where events where people actually teach you how to do it, there is not a single one, I think, and much less in Spanish. One of these events actually changed my life in English, but in English. But a lot of the people do not speak a word of English. So we had to create something like this. And we have been doing it for 5 years now. But this is the first year of the evolution of our summit. Those of you who know this event as the best event in the Spanish speaking world for this branch of activity, this time it's going to be even better. We got together with Duplication Nation and Randy and all the people there just to give this event, to take this event into the next level up. Learning events for anyone who wants to do this big time. The, the people, all this world of marketing, of MLM, divides up, in my opinion, between those who are truly serious and those who just want to dabble in it. There will be surprises, on the other hand. We will have drawings and raffles and contests and spaces where people in the public ask for advice on how to correct things that may have been doing wrong. They tell their narrate their thing, and there will be spaces so that people can ask their questions of the top leaders and top result people in the world. That is the event, November 18 and 19. Dear Randy Gage, and this year we will have a new proposal.
Yeah.
A new proposal for you. This will be the battles. The battles. Randy will explain about that.
Yeah, you're probably wondering, well, how much is the live stream ticket? No, there is no live stream ticket. This event is in person. We're calling it Cumbre Palooza because it's going to be a festival like Lollapalooza, like the Monsters of Rock tour, like South by Southwest. This is Woodstock for people in network marketing. This is going to be a festival. So interactive stuff. We're going to bring people up on stage and do live role plays and case studies and hot seats and critiques. And for those who know me, know I love two things a lot, almost as much as I love baseball. I love rap music and I love hip hop dance. And both rap music and hip hop dance have this thing called battles. And it's my favorite part of them, where they battle, right? If you saw, 7 Mile, the movie with Eminem, and, he does the rap battles. We're going to do that at Cumbre Palooza. We're going to have somebody who believes you should only work online have a battle with someone who only works offline. We're going to have somebody who believes you should lead with the products have a battle with somebody who thinks you should lead with the business. We're going to have somebody who does social media. They're going to have a battle with somebody who says, I would never use social media. And you guys are going to be there in the audience, just hearing these different points of view, making you think, opening up your perspective. This will be an event like none has ever been done. And a big reason is the faculty. When we say this is like a rock concert or a rock tour or a rock festival, that's because we have rock star presenters. This is an all-star cast. If you tried to hire these people for a weekend to train your team, it would cost you almost $500,000. That's the faculty. Jaime, you want to share some thoughts about that, please?
Sí, les voy a contar 10 de las personas que vamos a tener en el escenario, porque vamos a tener
Let
más.
me tell you about 10 of them. We will have more. We will have 15, but we will release name by name later on. Right now, I will tell you about 10 of these rock stars will be there, because there will be a dynamic event later on where you will be able to be right close to one of them. But you have to know first who they are. Well, the first 10 speakers we will have, the first two is Randy and myself. Randy, you know, he's the author of all the books that we all read, the creator of the concepts that everybody else copies, the Hall of Fame for direct sales, a legend. And I won't talk about myself, but I will be another one of the speakers. After that, in addition, we will have Juan Carlos Barrios, one of the people who has helped the most people in this industry to help. They have helped them to grow. One of the few Latins who have been at the top 10 worldwide of greatest income, a legend. We will have Art Jonak. Art Jonak, for those of you who don't know him, I believe personally that he is the most admirable leader in this whole space, because he is an individual who, without self interest considerations, he has helped thousands upon thousands of networkers. He created the mastermind event 20 years ago. He's a pioneer of business to business or inter-business, let's say, work, inter-business, people from different companies. And he is one of the foremost experts worldwide in technology as applied to this business. Artificial intelligence, voice commands, all of those technologies to our business model. We will have Mario Rodriguez Padres, one of the authors, with one of the most heavily read books in this industry, The Red Tree of Multi-Level. The first one and one of the most famous still authors of books of this type of, about this type of business in Spanish. Rafael Rojas, for several years in a row, he was the Latin with the greatest income, highest income in the world, number one worldwide in his company. Angie and Lou Rosas, two explosive sisters. They work together and they're spectacular on stage. They have achieved the highest level in their company. They have achieved a learning community like nobody else has, and it has been unique, really. For the first time, we will have Mariana Ibarra for the first time on this stage, highest ranked individual in her company, someone very inspirational. In my leadership Wednesdays, every Wednesday I do interviews. Maybe she has, if you have ever heard her, she has perhaps the most powerful testimonial I have ever heard in my entire life. Not only because of her achievement, but how she got there. And if you feel your life is difficult right now, listen to her. And then we will have Mariana Cimental, top ranked in her company, one of the women that has had the greatest explosive growth, and she's so talented in this. Perhaps the person that has brought the most people to this leaders summit in previous years. She's really an outlier as far as the strong impact she has in her community, a successful lady in the whole continent. And in this block of 10, there will be more, but in this block of 10 includes also Rai Ficana, a psychologist by profession, top ranked in her own company, and she has one of the biggest teams in Europe. She's a woman with very high success in network construction in Europe. Her understanding of human beings, how we function, how we think, as applied to marketing networks, is something that I have never seen before. If you notice, everyone there, everyone there could be the most important mentor in your whole life. Imagine having all of them together. And Randy will tell you now about how you can become a sort of a personal fan of each one of these 10, because we will provide the opportunity so that people will have backstage sessions with these rock stars. But Randy will tell you about this.
All right. This is my favorite part of the whole thing. We told you this is going to be like Woodstock for people who are in direct selling. And we have rock star presenters. So we thought, well, when you have a rock concert with a big rock star, you want to get a backstage pass where you get to go behind stage before the concert. You meet the singer or the guitarist, and you get a place on the side of the stage. So while everybody's out there, you're actually up on stage on the side watching, posting it on your Instagram or your TikTok. You're getting a photo with them. You can get your book signed by them. It's an experience. So now this is going to be a huge crowd, and we can't do it for everyone. So we can only do it for the people who register first. So I'm warning you right now, get your credit card ready, get your phone ready for what I'm about to tell you. When the slide comes up that has the link, you got to be first. We can do 250 backstage pass experiences, because the 10 presenters are each going to get 25 fans that they will interact with, that you could be on stage. So like Jaime is going to be very popular. He's going to, as soon as 25 slots of Jaime are filled, no one else can get Jaime. When Angie and Lou get 25 filled, no one else can get that. When Wonka fills up, and it's going to be first come, first serve. There's 250 slots. El problema is, when Jaime did the last Cumbre event, there was a special VIP option that 61 people bought. And so we're guaranteeing those 61 VIPs a rock star experience. That leaves 189 other spots that are available. We can't pick favorites. We can't offer it to our friends. We're just going to go by what the shopping cart says. At the first 189 tickets that come in, they're going to get the rockstar experience. So be ready. Jaime, can we pull up the slides and show the 3 tiers? There's 3 tiers of tickets you can get for this.
Yes. So, vamos para allá. Ahí tendrían que estar viendo mi
All right.
pantalla.
You should be able to see my screen there, where you have the classic ticket. Classic ticket, which is your entrance ticket for the Summit Palooza, to the Cumbre Palooza. And you will have your access, your gift, welcome gift, and your book, your workbook for the event. You buy your first 250 classic tickets, you have access to backstage. Now, people who already bought and bought a package of 10, we will only count them if they have already been recorded. Our team will contact you to see out of the 10 how many of those already have a name and a last name. We cannot register people who are not yet part of Cumbre Palooza. Right now, as you buy, you will get access. First come, first serve. So this is a classic ticket of getting that gets you the whole benefit with of everything that you just heard. Randy, I don't know whether you want to tell them about the next ticket, which is a Star VIP ticket.
Yes, so todos los beneficios del boleto clásico, which means you get all of the benefits of the regular tickets, but then you're going to get preferred seating. You're also going to get a special pre-event leadership symposium. That's going to be a 3-hour training that you can buy it by itself if you want. If you don't get one of the Star VIP tickets before it sells out, you could buy this extra training for $477 US. But if you get the Star VIP package, that $477 training is included. And then there's a private reception the night before. And then we're also going to do a follow-up Zoom meeting after the event, Jaime and myself, and that will that will be just for question and answer to follow up to make sure you're able to apply the events. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Jaime, if somebody gets 15 of the classic tickets, they get upgraded to the middle one. And then if they get 15 of the Star VIP ones, they're going to be upgraded to the ultimate one. And you can tell about that, please.
Sí, correcto. Si compran 15 boletos clásicos, uno de esos 15, el tuyo, tiene upgrade a
That
ser...
is correct. You buy 15 classics, one of them gets an upgrade to the Star. You get 15 stars, then one of them becomes the Legend VIP with all the benefits that we have heard. But you sit all the way up front, right next to the speakers. Throughout the event, you have a private snack room with the speakers, and you have 2 meals with the speakers every day. People who have had this experience know already how enriching personally it is to have this experience like this close contact with the speakers. Any one of you who wants to have this close contact with the speakers experience, well, this is the way. Otherwise, we have all kinds of other kinds of commemorative objects and so on. So that is the way to get upgraded. And these would be your benefits for the top category of tickets. By the way, the prices on the screen are 50% of the actual real price. The 300 is really 600. 750 is really 1500. And the 1500 one is actually 3000. So this is actually a 50% discounted price, which will be there only for a bit more than, well, make it close to 72 hours. It's today, tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. Well, 2.5 days, let's say. 2.5 days with this 50% price, never to return, by the way, this price. So if you want to buy, why not buy it at 50% discount, right?
Yeah,
Just
can we put up the link, the website address while he's talking about that? Because I know there's people sending me texts already. I need to sign up. I want one of the rock star things. And Eliel or Jesus, Lou, if you can put in the chat for those people. Oh yeah, I think somebody just put it. So get your tickets while we're talking about it, because again, we can't play any favorites. There's 189 spots that are available for the backstage experience, and it's first come, first serve. And then so the other part of what Jaime said, this is the special super early bird that we created for you guys because you're spending 6 hours with us today. You've shown your commitment. You're serious. We wanted you to get the first crack at these before. This has not been announced anywhere else. Nobody knows about it except you guys who are on the webinar right now. So it's a weekend only. Once the tickets are gone, they're gone. And the room isn't that big, honestly, because nobody's been doing live events. So we didn't want to rent a conference hall for 20,000 people when so many people are afraid to go to live events and they're just coming back. But I will tell you this event is going to sell out. It's the single most important event in the Spanish speaking world of direct selling. And the number of people that you have here is going to determine your income for 2024 and 2025. I'm not being hypey when I say that. I really mean that your income for the next 2 years. There's people in this room that, like Lou and Angie, right? They're in our Prodigy Council, our coaching program with Jaime and I. And I told Lou the other day, if you don't have 1,000 people from your team here, lose my number, okay? Because I love her, I can tell her that, right? I know how important. Rafa and Danny, who are in our coach, I told them the same thing. If you don't have your people there, our other Angie, Thais, I mean, we've got some incredible people in our coaching program. Ana Alvarez and the gang over there, all these, we told them, you got to get every person you can, because this is going to be how big your convention is going to be in 2024. This is going to produce your income in 2025. And I just, I want to bring it back to that story of when I first went to that event in Anaheim. And I walked 2 hours in the hot California sun to go to that, wearing a suit and a tie, sweating like crazy. And then being in that conference hall with freezing air conditioning, chills, but I'm telling you, it transformed my life. These kind of events have that potential. And specifically for all my gringo friends, particularly my people who are watching in the United States, you've got to be working in the Spanish-speaking market. It is the fastest growing demographic in the United States. All of the companies that I work with there that are doing amazing because they're working in the Spanish-speaking market. And just so you guys know, we're going to break a little late. We're going to break at 2, and we'll have 30-minute, and we'll come back for the last session. You do not want to miss that session. That's social media and handling hypergrowth. But Jaime, we got a few minutes before the break, any other thing you would tell people about events in general and Cumbre Palooza specifically?
Sí, nada más para terminar con este tema.
Just to conclude with this particular topic,
Yo siempre pensé
I have always thought
que si solamente me
that
sirviera este evento
if
para subir
this
un
event
rango,
was just
¿cuánto
only
valdría la pena?
enough
Yo pensaba esto
for me to
porque
climb up
me
one
acuerdo
more
que
rank,
a mí me habían
that's worth it.
enseñado que la
And I
persona que
thought
más
this
gente
because I
lleva a
have
los
been
eventos
thought that the
es la
people
persona
who
que más
take
dinero
most
gana el
people to the
próximo año.
events
Y lo
are the
comprobé.
people who
Yo
make more
siempre
money
era
the
el más
following
que
year.
llevaba y era el que más dinero ganaba en mi empresa.
I
Porque
always was the one who
funciona
made
eso.
the most money in my company
Entonces,
because I did that. I
es
took
muy
the most
importante
people.
si estás
So it
pensando en,
works.
bueno, ¿cómo sé si
So
vale
if
la
you're
pena si no
thinking
vale la
about,
pena?
well, is it worth
Al
it? Is it
final de
not worth
cuentas,
it? And so on. In
si los
the end,
testimonios
ultimately,
de toda la gente que ha salido
if the
adelante gracias a estos
testimonials
alcances,
of the people
si el
who
nivel de los speakers no
will
alcanza,
speak
yo te pido
doesn't
que tomes esta
is not
pregunta.
enough, and the level of the
Si lo
speakers is
único
not
que
enough, then
lograras con
ask
esto
yourself
es
one thing:
subir un rango en tu
if
empresa,
just
¿cuánto
one rank
implica eso
was
en
all you
dinero y a
got
lo
back
largo de los
from
próximos 2
going
años?
there,
Ahora, ¿qué
what does
pasa si
that mean
subes
in
2
terms of
rangos?
money
¿Qué pasa
along
si
2
subes
years?
4 rangos?
What
¿Qué
if you
pasa si, como algunas
climb
otras
up
personas,
2 or 4
llegas al
ranks
rango más alto
or
de tu
levels?
empresa?
Or if
Realmente uno no
some
puede
people have
tener
done,
músico
as some
profesional
people have
en el
done, you
mundo
reach
de
the
los
topmost rank
dentistas
in your company.
y no ir a la convención más
If
importante donde se ven
if
todas las
somebody
novedades de los
as a
dentistas.
dentist
Entonces,
doesn't go to the
ojalá y nos veamos
most
ahí, me va a dar
important
mucho gusto verlos en
dentistry
persona la
convention in
próxima
the world,
semana.
that's
Y
absurd, right?
recuerden,
So
este
I'll be
50% de
very glad to
descuento
greet
solo
you
va a
over
estar
there, to say hello to
por las
you over there.
próximas 48
And
horas.
remember,
Es un evento
it's
que debería
only a
costar
bit more
mucho
than
más. No sé si
48
alguna vez has
hours
ido a
that
una
this
convención
50%
mundial de lo
discount
que sea
will
y
be
normalmente
up
te
there.
cuesta $5,000 por persona.
A world
Este
convention of
precio
whatever
es
normally
ridículamente
costs
bajo, está
$5,000
ridículamente
per person.
sobrediseñado para la calidad
This
de
is
todo lo que va a pasar ahí.
incredibly
Los
cheap,
que ya conocen la cumbre ya lo
incredibly
saben, los que no,
subsidized,
que
this
sepan,
particular
¿ok?
one.
Entonces,
So those who
aprovechen
didn't
las
know,
próximas
now you know.
48 horas y nos
Make
vemos en
sure
la
you
cumbre de
use
noviembre
the
o
next
si no nos
48
vemos en
hours and
persona,
we
les
will
daremos
meet
un abrazo.
in November
That's it, my friend.
in person and we will hug each other. Y es todo.
Ciudad de México, vamos a tomarnos el evento, me preguntan dónde es en Ciudad de México, ¿ok? Pero ahí en cumbrepalusa.com está toda la
They were
información.
asking me where the event was. Well, it's in Mexico City, but at the cumbrepalusa.com link, that's where you find everything. So I will see you. Oh, the first 250, I had missed this one. Don't get impatient. We will contact you via WhatsApp or via mail if you left us your mail so that you can tell us what rock star you want to be with and where do you want to have, with whom do you want to have the private question and answer session. So along the following 10 days, we will contact you in blocks of 25 by 25. Don't get impatient. Be patient, 10 days, and we will get in touch with every one of you so that you can tell us who the rock star is. So we'll see you after in half an hour, so that we will tell you about how to work at a distance, how to handle growth. See you.
Hard to think of an easy way to start. It's over. Give me what I want. Think of what you did today, how it's gonna be. I've got a bunch of real good reasons that I'm needing you to see. I can't keep holding this feeling of all that you've forgotten is us. Times of you gone today. Nothing could make you stay. You are finished with me for now. Finished with me for now. Taking it all away.
I did today, how it's gonna be. I've got a bunch of real good reasons that you're never gonna see. You are consistently breaking me. All that I've forgotten is us. Us. Time's up, you're gone today. Nothing could make you stay. You are finished with me for now. Finished with me for now. Taking it all away.
Hello, it's me. I was wondering about the roads years you'd like to me to go over everything. They say the time's supposed to heal ya, but I ain't done much here. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California dreaming about who we used to be when we were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell at our feet. There's such a difference between us and me and mine. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times. 'Cause I'm good, sorry for breaking your heart, but it's so bad I really doesn't tear you apart anymore. Hello, how are you? It's so typical of me to talk about myself. I'm sorry. I hope that you will. Did you ever make it out of that song where nothing ever happens? It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time. So hello from the other At least I can say that I'm trying to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. Really doesn't tear you apart anymore. Ooh, anymore. Ooh, anymore. Ooh, anymore. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times. So good, sorry for everything that I've done, but when I call you, never seem to be whole.
Inside it with you, but you on a dream. Heard the stakes are high, but still you've been on everything. All those voices tell you anything. Baby, you gon' hurt yourself if you keep listening. Inside it with you, inside it with you, inside it with you, but you don't follow through. Inside it with you, inside it with you, inside it with you, but you don't follow through. I've been through all the highs and lows and lows, and I've seen it all from time ago. I was hoping by now that you would know, to see yourself out, the time to go.
trapped in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, 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 it ain't right, 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 it ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, 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 it ain't right, 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 it ain't right. Oh no, you're calling my phone, I'm being patient, but I'm all alone. Staying faithful and I'll never know when you're coming back around. 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 You got me all in my feelings, like I could die without you next to me. It's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, 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 it ain't right, 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 it ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, 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 it ain't right, 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 it ain't right. Oh no. You're calling my phone, I'm being patient, but I'm all alone. Staying faithful and I'll never know when you're coming back around. 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 Give you my emotions, I just tryna give you all my love. All my love is never enough, never enough. Give you my emotions, I just tryna give you all my love. All my love is never enough. Never enough.
back, boys and girls. The final episode. Great stuff. Thank you, by the way. I'm back and forth with Jaime in the WhatsApp group, back and forth with members of our Prodigy Council. We have a WhatsApp group there. The feedback we're getting from you guys is amazing. And we're just honored. We really take this honor seriously that you give us to work with your teams and trust us to provide you this content. I'd like to share something that probably nobody in this room knows. The original title, the working title for my book, Direct Selling Success, was called The Science of Leveraged Sales, or The Science of Direct Selling. Because I'm actually on the spectrum, for people who know what that means. So I'm very analytical, I'm very logical, I'm very rational. So I approach the business like a scientist. And one of the things I do for my self-development is I study a lot of science, because I like the thought process that scientists go through. People like Albert Einstein, of course, who's probably, I don't know, I guess he's probably the most famous scientist on earth. So he was known for his Gedankens. Gedanken is German for thought experiment. So he was really big on thought experiment. And why I like science and scientists and the way they think is because the whole objective of science is to get to the best, highest version of the result, the highest possible reality. And they do this by creating a hypothesis and then trying to falsify it, trying to prove that it's wrong. So I've actually spent this week writing a very long article about Einstein and physics and evolution and science and how it applies to our business, because I think we do the same thing. So a great scientist, they will create many, many hypotheses, and then they will try to disprove each one. And when they can't find any way to disprove it, then they say, okay, we're going to call that gravity. Or they can't disprove it, they're going to say, we're going to call it the theory of relativity. And that's what we do as leaders. I would do a presentation on Monday night, and there would be 4 people there, and 3 would join the business, and the 4th would be a customer. Yes, I'd be amazed. Then on Tuesday night, I'd do another home meeting. There'd be 5 people there, and 1 signed up, and 4 didn't do anything. So now I'm lying in bed that night saying, what did I say last night that I didn't say tonight? What did I not say last night that I said tonight? Wednesday or Thursday, I'm doing another meeting. There's 5 more people. 3 sign up, 2 become, okay, what happened here? What did I do different? And those are thought experiments. So we experiment. What happens when we lead with the products? What happens when we lead with the business? What happens when we explain the compensation plan a certain way? What happens when we explain the product line a certain way? And the results are always going to tell us that. The really important principle for you guys in this room is don't experiment on your team. It's really important. Our job as leaders is we go and we conduct the experiments on our list, on our candidates, we find out what are the things that work. What are the kind of presentations that resonate with people? How do we make invitations that cause people to join, that cause them to go to presentations? That's our job, to find that stuff, and then only present to the team the stuff we've proven. The danger there's a couple of dangers when you start. First of all, we have this whole cottage industry of parasites who want to sell stuff to your team. They want to sell ebooks. They want to sell social media training. They want to sell list building. They want to sell leads. They want to sell rejection, objection techniques. They want to sell NLP or closing techniques. And a lot of those people have not been in the business. They don't really understand how it's done. So they may be successful in sales, like for selling cars, it might work great. For selling real estate, it might work great. But real estate and car sales, they don't have duplication. So things that work in those traditional sales approaches, they may not work in our business. So the other thing, of course, is you will have new people and they will try to conduct 1 or 2 experiments and then change the system. They'll say, well, I gave that mass market tool to 2 different people and they didn't join, so it doesn't work. I'm not going to use that anymore. I'm going to create my own. Or, hey, I did 3 home meetings and nobody signed up, so the home meeting format is broken. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm going to create a new one. Or I don't like this prospecting piece. I'm going to try something different. If you do that, you're guaranteeing that you'll never get the duplication that you're looking for. You won't create the residual income. One of the things that I've learned is there has to be a valid sample. There has to be enough information to draw a conclusion from. That's why people who conduct polls, they might interview 1,500 people. And by talking to 1,500 people, they can predict pretty accurately how 20 million people are going to vote on a particular issue or for a particular candidate. That's because they've determined that that is a valid sample. It has enough information to draw conclusions from. So our advice to you guys, and this article that I wrote is for our MLM Confidential newsletter. So for you guys who are subscribers, you're going to see that it'll be September 1st when the next issue comes out. But it's a deep dive into Einstein and thought experiments and how this works. And what we're going to recommend is that you need to have at least 1,000 people in your team before you can draw those kind of conclusions. So and we all know we get excited people who join and they do the business for 3 days and then they want to reinvent the system and they have all kind of ideas on how to change it. And you have to, in a lovingly but firm manner, push back against that and let them know. No, we've done, that's what the other reason I tell you this is because I want you to know when you read MLM Confidential, when you go to duplicationnation.com and you subscribe to that newsletter, if you get the MLM bootcamp that Jaime told you about this morning, when you're on one of our symposiums like this, when you come to the Cumbre Palooza or any live event we do, we want you to know we're not experimenting on you. We're giving you the results of the experiment Here's what works the most effective way. So whether it's invitation scripts, whether it's follow-up processes, whether it's how to build your presentation, the type of tools that you use, what we give you works. Because one of the things scientists, they have an expression, like in aerospace, they say, the rockets have to fly. Meaning, okay, you can go in a wind tunnel and you can do some experimentation with a rocket, and you can go in your computer and you can run calculations of gravity and the atmosphere and launch angles. But at some point, the rocket has to fly in the real world. And that's the same in our business. Some of these gurus doing seminars or people writing books, they don't have to actually fly the rockets because they're not in our business. Jaime and I are in the business. We're up to our eyeballs in the business all day, every day. So we created Duplication Nation to take the profession back from the Ponzi schemes, from the MLM crypto scammers, because that's what happens. You have people who don't know the business, or else they know how the business worked 30 years ago, but they haven't built since. And of course, they fizzle out because they don't have domain expertise. So what do? Then they become gurus, and next they become promoters of MLM crypto scams. So you got to stay away from that stuff. We want you to know how to do the business, because this is a science. Last thing I'm going to tell you about evolution. Everybody in this room and everybody watching on the replay this weekend is a member of the species we call Homo sapiens. We evolved from hominids that traveled the earth somewhere between 200 and 300,000 years ago. And what has happened is we have evolved since then. And what that experiment has proven with indisputable evidence is that human beings are evolving, replicating, reproducing machines. This is what we do. We duplicate, we reproduce, because what happens in the genetic gene pool is when there's bad DNA, when people haven't developed well, they got extinguished from the gene pool because they got eaten by tigers, or they got trampled on by dinosaurs, or whatever happened. They died of some mysterious disease because the gene pool wasn't strong enough. But each generation that survives, the DNA gets stronger and stronger. And that's what Darwin called survival of the fittest, right? So we are, we're the result of a couple 100,000 years worth of evolution. And that's the same analogy we want you to use for your business. If you want to create exponential growth, the most important thing is the DNA of the system. Having the candidate pathway, having the tools, following the system, because just as, duplication, how well we duplicate is the reason for our survival on Earth, and how well we duplicate is the reason for our success in direct selling. So we want to think like a scientist, act like a leader, and ultimately you will become both those things. You will become a very inspiring leader who duplicates with amazing resiliency, because you're thinking like a scientist and you're saying, how does this thing going to work for the people on my 25th level who have never met me. So keep that in mind. This is why each of these elements, the tools, the events, the candidate pathway, how they're woven together, this is the magic that will allow you to produce that exponential growth. Now, let me suggest that you sell two things in this business, and only two things. The two things you sell are products and tickets. Everything else is irrelevant. You sell your product or service line, and you sell tickets to the next major event. And that's what we do. How do you build a team of 200,000 people like I did? I sold products and I sold tickets to the next major event. Because now people say, well, wait a minute, don't we sell dreams? Don't we sell belief? No, we actually don't have to. Well, all we have to do is sell the tickets to the next major event, and then the major event sells the dream. The major event sells the vision. The major event sells the belief. This is why we're so maniacal about promoting events, creating event culture, and then creating campaigns from event to event. Another important thing we really want you to watch out for is the dangers of gaming the system. The dangers of entitlement. The dangers of trying to build with hype and rah-rah, but not doing the fundamentals. There is an inclination as a leader that we want all of our people to do well. We want all of our people to rank advance. And so we sometimes get tempted to think, well, I should go down and put my new people under my old people, and I should build out their organization for them. Now, I don't want to get in the specifics of where to place people, because we have, I don't know, we probably have 125 different companies who are watching this right now, which means we have 125 different compensation plans. So there's a science to where you place people in each plan. Like if you're in a binary plan, you just keep placing people down the legs, right? You don't have a choice where to place people. If you're in a breakaway plan, you have a choice where to place people because you keep opening new lines. I want you to build with the best way possible with your comp plan, and your sponsorship line will give you the best advice for that. But what you have to watch out for is qualifying people who are not qualifying. So you see they need 1,000 points to make their next rank. They're only at 700 points. So you want to go and buy an order for 300 points to make them qualified. It's a bad idea. Or you see that your new lady, Maria, is not got anybody sponsored yet. So you have a mutual friend and you say, well, let me go sponsor the friend and I will give the enrollment to Maria. Terrible idea, because we're creating an entitlement mentality. For everything that we're talking about today to work, you have to develop an entrepreneur culture in your people. They have to know this is their business. They're going to get the commission check and they have to do the work. You have to let them know that everyone they enroll, whether customer or distributor, has to come from their contact list. That you are never going to give them an enrollment of somebody who's one of your contacts. You're never going to give them a customer from somebody who's one of your contacts. Your job is to help them make better presentations with their contacts. Help them bring their contacts through the candidate pathway. Help them do a better job of follow-up with their contacts. That's where duplication is always going to live, because if you try to qualify people, it won't work. Same thing. There are many people who try to game the compensation plan. So maybe there is a special new distributor package that offers a reduced price. And so you get tempted to create a fictional account and you sign up your dog or your cat, and you have your cat buy this big new kit because it's going to get you the products cheaper, and then you're going to be able to resell them and make more profit. Terrible idea. Or you see Julio on your third level, he needs 2 more people to break his next rank. So you create 2 fictional accounts. You make up names or addresses, and then you buy an order under them, under Julio, thinking that he's going to qualify. Terrible idea. I see people, even in my own organization, they'll say, well, hey, Susie and Tony are on a run to become a diamond director this month. We want everybody in the team to order $100 worth of products extra so they can become qualified. That's a terrible idea, because it will qualify them one time, but they didn't really qualify. And then next month, they're probably not going to qualify again. And so what happens is they get imposter syndrome. They get the pin, they walk across the stage, they're honored on the website, but then they never qualify again. And every time they go to a meeting, they feel a little guilty, like, I don't know, they're presenting me as this double diamond or whatever the rank is, and I didn't really earn it, and I don't stay qualified for it. Please, we're begging you, do the building block stuff. Have the new distributor orientation, set up the candidate pathway, do the business the right way by teaching people the skills they need. The thing that's so exciting about our business is once we teach people,
Una vez que le enseñamos a la gente en este negocio así es.
getting the Spanish on English again. Once we teach people those foundational skill sets, they never have to worry about an income ever again. They could parachute into any country in the world and make a living and be able to support their family, even in a country that they don't speak the language, right? You could parachute into Malaysia, and even though you only spoke Spanish or you only spoke English, you can find one person who's ambitious and they're bilingual, and you have the skill set to produce an income there. So everything we're talking about today goes back to that foundation of building skill sets, giving people those tools, those skills they need so they can always be successful in the business. When you do it just with, there are people you can sponsor. They've got 1 million followers on Instagram, and they can create fast growth, but they won't duplicate. They won't be here 2 years later. You can take somebody who's a famous sales trainer, or somebody who's got a TV show on Telemundo or Univision, and they're a famous singer, or great, they can enroll a lot of people, but where's the duplication? To create exponential growth, we always have to go back to this foundation of duplication. At the very beginning today, we talked about the 5 elements that have to be in place to create exponential growth. And I told you there's 2 of them that only the company can do. Like, the company has to be properly capitalized. They have to have the money to create growth, right? Because when you go into hyper growth, man, it's insane. We once added 40,000 new distributors in a month, active distributors who bought a distributor kit and a product order. And we said, oh my God, this is history. This has never been done before. It will never be done again. And then the next month, we added 60,000 new people in the company. And we said, oh my God, this is really history. This will never be done again. And the next month, we added 80,000 active people. The challenges that kind of growth creates for a company. You can't just open a factory in 2 months' time. You have to plan a factory 2 years before you need it. You have to make that investment before you need it. I had a CEO who told me, Randy, my team, my people, they're stealing money from me. I don't have money to pay the bills, even though we're doing $10 million more than we did last year for the same month. And I had to tell him, no, your people are not stealing money from you. You don't understand. You need 6 weeks worth of inventory. That's about average for most companies. They need 6 weeks worth of inventory. Well, when you're doing $1 million a week, that means you need $6 million worth of inventory. But when you start doing $2 million a week, now it means you need $12 million worth of inventory. If you do $3 million a week, now you need $36 million worth of inventory. So for you CEOs and founders and presidents who are watching, keep that in mind, right? You've got to say, what is hyper growth going to be? And then, of course, the compensation plan. You've got to look at the plan and know, is this causing people to take the right behavior that causes duplication? Because people will always do what makes them the most money in the compensation plan. And if the comp plan rewards dysfunctional behavior, your people will do dysfunctional behavior and it will kill duplication. So for you company owners who are watching, answer is very simple. Read my book, the chapter on selecting a company. I have a very deep dive into how compensation plans have to work, the career path that causes duplication. So that'll be your homework if you're a company executive. Now, for the rest of you guys who are the field leaders here, we have to look at this issue of the field versus the company. Who does what? And there's no exact formula here. For the storytelling, right? We talked about how important the origin story is, the product narrative story. That's usually got to be done by the company. But sometimes the companies, they don't have the talent in-house to do that. And so you're going to have to work with them and help them do that. Or if the relationship is bad, you may have to do that as a team. Events are another one. I believe companies need to be doing an annual convention. They should do an annual leadership retreat, and they probably should sponsor 1 or 2 more major events a year. I believe the field leaders should pay for all other events. When they have a local opportunity meeting, they should not ask the company for money. When they have a local leadership academy, they should not expect the company to pay for that. They should say, okay, if the room costs $200 and we have 20 people, everybody's got to pay $10. That's their share. And sometimes when you open new markets, you have to put extra money for the meeting rooms and you lose money on the meetings for 3 months or 5 months, however long it takes to grow the team. But that's a distributor's responsibility. It's not the company's responsibility because it's going to be your bonus check eventually. And so you have to make the investment to grow your bonus check. The problem is sometimes companies say, no, we're not doing any events. I have a dear friend right now. He's sitting in a cabin on a mountain and he's not doing his business because his company told him, you know, they stopped doing events during the pandemic and their sales are really down and they don't have a lot of money. And they're telling him, we can't afford to do any events. We can't afford to do a convention. You need to go, and if you add 1 million points a month in volume, then we'll start doing events again. Well, I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. Sometimes companies have to invest. But what I'm telling my friend now is, hey, this is very apparent to you. Your company is not going to make the investment in major events. You can stay in your cabin on the mountain and watch every month as your check slowly deteriorates. And then ultimately you're going to be a victim and you complain that you're not making money and you finally will have to go somewhere else. Or you can choose to be a victor. You can choose to take responsibility for your own business and you do whatever you have to do to start some events. Recognition and incentive programs, same thing. Usually the company's got to run them. If you're with a bad company, then you got to make a choice. Do I leave and go to another company? Or do I create some kind of recognition program or some kind of incentive contest because my company won't do it? But you have to do one or the other. You can't do the third option, which is to say, okay, I'm just going to be a victim. I'm not going to do anything about it. And I'm just going to complain about my company and how bad they are. Because ultimately your business is going to die. If you have at least 1,000 people in your group, you make sure, please, you read my book, DEFCON 1. Venta Directa, DEFCON 1. Yeah, who's holding that up in the thing? Thank you. Because sometimes you have to, I hope my interpreters can get this right. I don't know how to say it. In English, we say you have to Bigfoot it. You have to go in the corporate headquarters and start banging on the desk and tell them you have to fix this. You have to develop this. You have to make it right, or I'm going to take my team and go somewhere else. You never want to do that. That's the last case scenario. But sometimes you might have to do that. There's been 3 times in my career where I had to go in and be the bad guy and Bigfoot it and be in the corporate headquarters pounding on the desk. Right? Because I did what I needed to do to protect my team. And then ultimately, there was one time where I said, the company is not going to work because the company got sold. A new owner came in and they were just taking the money out of the company. They were bleeding it dry and the products were no longer in stock. We couldn't fill orders. Commissions were not getting paid. And I had to say, I have to take the nuclear option. I have to take my team and find a new home for them. So again, only top leader. Don't do that without reading that DEFCON 1 book. But just know this is what we do. The best scenario is we should be cooperating with our company. You want to have the top leaders from the field and the top executives from the company having conversation, having like a distributor advisory board, working together in cooperation, because that's going to be the fastest way to create exponential growth. All right, moving right along. We have so much stuff we're trying to pack in here for you today. Obviously, you know, social media is a huge part of the landscape today. And nobody knows social media in direct selling better than Monsieur Jaime Loquier. So I'm going to turn that over to him so he can share some insights about that.
Muchas gracias, mi querido Randy Gage. Vamos
Thank
a
you very
hablar
much, my dear Randy Gage. We will indeed talk right now about this sort of the really hot topic of this decade, social networks. I remembered a lot of years ago, maybe 14, 14 years ago, something like that. I was lucky enough to be among the first to get into this world of trying to recruit through social networks and try to form a group there. I found a course in the United States uh, by chance. I had a block of DVDs and texts and friends uh, than 18 years of age. DVDs existed before YouTube. That's what we had in those days. Anyway, that's how we watch videos of how to prospect social networks and internet. I tried to leave and implement all of this, and my uplines, would look at me like I was doing, satanic rites or whatever. And people said, no, no, that's not duplicatable. This is not done. Nobody should do that. That's wrong. The team won't be able to do it as well as you do because that's not non-duplicable. If you were to tell your upline that you were sacrificing baby kittens, it throwing them into a Satan devoted fire, you would have looked less bad to them than trying to get into social networks. Anyway, the world evolved, nevertheless. And those tools that 14 years ago you had to do some code in order to go into a code, right now you can do it with the palm of your hands with 2 clicks or artificial. Just you ask the thing uh, to create an image of whatever, and they do it. The system does it. 6-year-old children right now use that. All of that which seemed non-duplicatable previously, it is now a daily, a daily usage thing. I'm not criticizing. In those days, it was non-duplicatable. Now it is. In fact, that's the tool used by everybody. So nowadays, being outside social networks is like a few years ago, having remained outside internet, or a couple of decades, 3 decades before that, stay outside TV. No, can't do that. You cannot go like this, like my father. When everybody began to have cell phones, my father said, I will never get one of those things. Now he's got two. You have to surrender after a while. Sometimes technology cannot be avoided. What is true, however, and that will continue to be true forever, is that technology moves faster than us. We always take a while, a bit more, before we actually get used to what works the best today. I say this because what works the best in the traditional world is not necessarily, rarely is it, what best works in the uh, telemarketing world. Right now, traditionally, automated bots with artificial intelligence are the thing to answer customers. That is what's working the best because that's what very few people are using in marketing generally. And we do network marketing. That's what we do in the marketing world, generally speaking. What best works is what fewer people are using. If now I'm trying to do the same advertising campaign everybody else is doing, won't work for me. When Pepsi decided to undertake the Pepsi challenge, every country had its different name, but having Pepsi and Coke blindfolded and which one tastes better. They were the first ones, and it worked wonderfully. When more and more and more companies began to do it, it no longer worked. Everybody was doing it. The same goes for this. In the traditional world, in the traditional world, what best works is what less is done. But if fewer and fewer people do it, like my uplines did, it's less duplicatable because there are fewer people with the skill set that allows them to do it. So if you want to use artificial intelligence automated bots for network marketing, our world is not ready for that, not yet, because that requires a type of knowledge that most of the population does not have. You want to use Facebook? Sure, everybody knows how to do that. Instagram, great, everybody knows how to do that. We have to use technology, but use it always in the awareness that we need to use the tools that our team will be able to use. For that, we have a few points, philosophical points, let's call them principles, that I believe are eternal in nature. The first one of these principles that I believe works now and will forever work is that you want to give your team, as we mentioned before, uh, a daily method of operation. Daily method of operation. For everyone who wants to get into the internet world every day, to put up two stories, one reel, and every week get something into the feed, and every day continue the conversations of yesterday. All of these steps that serve you to connect with the internet, and we want to provide them pre-digested to people so that they can duplicate. Secondly, we want to use tools that will be available, accessible to all. If I'm going to use a tool, let's say uh, uh, a prospection piece that I entrust to some sort of agency, professional agency, that's expensive. Not everybody will be able to afford it. When I went in to this, somebody had told me, you have to have a car in order to do this. Well, no, I can't afford a car right now. I would have said in those days. If you right now tell somebody that they need $10,000 in order to do this, they won't do it. 100 followers in YouTube in order to do the business, they won't do it. That's the problem with influencers when they come into our teams. Most of us who have more than 100 or 200 people in our team, at some point, some sort of influencer comes in and says, no, I could build a wonderful business with my fame in social networks. Rapidly, they realize that the problem of being an influencer is that not everybody is an influencer. Anybody can publish in social networks, but not everybody can publish in a community of 2 million people. So it works wonderfully to keep your group entertained, but not to build a network. because people will think, no, I can't have the same level of success because I don't have a community of the same size. You have to think in terms of a set of tools and resources that your whole team will be able to afford and use. Also, all the tools that you use should be able to work in a hybrid fashion. What does this mean? Hybrid. Well, it means that the same tool has to work in the digital world and in the physical world, because otherwise you will have to create two different systems. And if you create two different systems, it'll be doubly hard to learn the system. If Angie comes into my team and I say, all right, when you are in a Starbucks, use this one. When you are in Zoom, use this one. Starbucks, this catalog. Zoom, this other catalog. They will have to, she will have to learn two of them. If I say, this is the video, wherever, Starbucks, Zoom, wherever, this is the video, this catalog, this is the PDF and physical, same catalog, usable in any situation. These are the follow-up events. Live people, it's here. Virtual, it's this Zoom, but it is the same event. All of these tools, you keep them unified. They're the same tools capable of working in both worlds. If you do that, you will achieve more because you will not have to put your team in the dilemma of having to choose. When you have different systems, your people say, okay, what do? I do the physical or the virtual. I learn one or the other. When you do this, people can choose. You have younger people who only want to work online. Great. Same system. Older people who only want to work out in the street. Great. Same system. Middle-aged people like myself that wants a bit of both worlds. Yes, you can also do it. Why? Because it is exactly the same system. That's what creates a difference. This system, based on tools, has to be founded exactly on the same principles that you would use in the traditional world. There are certain principles that make a system work. Let me share my screen here. This is my whiteboard here. I hope you're seeing it. If I want to prospect somebody, if I want to design a prospection system, there are certain steps that I can follow, have to follow. First of all, I need to know people, and those people that I will meet and then know, I will invite them. And those whom I have invited, I will give them a presentation, after which I will give them follow up in order to concrete something, get something concrete from them and towards them. We call them turn it into something concrete because it's not just follow up, it's concrete. They have to say yes or no. And then we will help people to begin their business, initiate their business. Anyone wishing to start with us, we will help them to begin their business. These are the steps, more or less. When somebody says, no, I, instead of using those steps, no, I use 8 steps to success by whoever Rodriguez. These steps are 8 because this one and this one he divided into 2. No, they are pretty much the same steps. However, slices you want to take out of them in order to subdivide them. We all do the same things. So, if with this in mind, if this is more or less the way your system would look, then what you would need would be to be able to say, well, exactly the same. I want to translate this into the online world. I want people, first of all, to know. Just as in the traditional world, I always ask somebody to go out and meet 5 people a day. Well, here, digitally, I ask you, leave and get and meet 5 people every day. Digitally, perhaps you should meet 10, not 5. It's easier digitally. Now, what is my objective when I want to meet people in the traditional world? My most important objective is to meet people and generate trust. What is my most important objective when I know people in the digital world? Same one, generate trust. It has to be totally parallel. Then I will go out and present. No, I will invite people. I will invite people. And for with that, I want to achieve what? Well, in the traditional world, I want to elicit desire and curiosity. The more desire and curiosity I generate, the more people will show up at my presentation, at which I will do what? Also, digitally, what will I do? The same desire and curiosity. Then, in the traditional world, what do I want to do? Connect. I want to connect with them, connect me with him and him with the company so that he will understand that the company will solve his problems. The company will solve whatever he needs in his life. That is why in the presentations, I don't want to just talk uh, like a hawker, like a carnival hawker. I want to listen to him. What does he want? Maybe he says, I don't want to have a boss. I will not just talk to him in that case about income. No, I will tell about the fact that we don't have a boss, we are independent, we are free, and we will connect. I will connect his need with everything else. Then digitally, what else? Well, the same. I will attempt to know him better in order to connect him better. What I do now is that everyone I meet, I, su- I sent them a Google form with questions. Starbucks or Zoom, wherever I met you, the system, remember, is the same, digital or in person. Google form with questions. I want to ask you 5 questions before I make my presentations and talk about business to see whether we really can work together. That's what I ask. What would you like to achieve with the business? 4 or 5 questions in one of those forms, Google form. Never mind how I met. Never mind whether I will be sent in his living room, at his home. I will manage to connect through this information. That's what I'm trying to achieve. The same here when providing follow-up. I provide follow-up and I want to do what? Well, I want to go concrete, to complete. One of the things that helps me in this direction is providing people with urgency and security, important values, both of them. They need to be present. So, in concluding or concreting, closing, I need the same. What do I want to achieve? In the physical world, when I begin with someone, I want to achieve, as Randy said in his book, I want to help them move from hope to certainty. People begin their business with hope. God, please let this work. And I want to substitute that hope with certainty so that he will say, now this is going to work for sure. And what will I do? We start in the digital world. We will help them to get super fast results because those results move them over from hope to certainty. So the process is the same, if you notice. Same process, same tools, same system, and the values behind each step are exactly the same. That is what is known as a hybrid system. That is the fundamental key to success in the world of social networks. If you don't have success in social networks, normally it is because they do something that the rest of the team don't know how to do, or because they want to have systems that are different for each thing. One system when it's for Zoom, another for Instagram, another for whatever. That's it. That is impossible sooner or later, because if you want to invent a new strategy for each tool, you will never catch up with technology. Tools change all the time, each time faster. A point gets at you get to a point where it seems that I couldn't move any faster.
I don't know who have been around for more than 15 years, but before, to have new tools, you needed a decade to go by. Between cassette and video cassette and video cassette and DVD, at least 10 years. But at some point, the time started to reduce, and now we have something different every month. So you cannot hope to have a different method for each kind of digital tool. You need a unified system or a unified method. Where is it that you do something to capitalize everything that is available? Well, in centralized campaigns made by you. You as a leader, you can create your campaign using your own resources that will not be uh, imitated by the rest, and you use those to serve your team. We specialized in creating campaigns for massive product sales. The people who attended the summit of last year, we provided a specific training that I will try to summarize now. It means that the leader invests everything, money, time, talent, to generate a campaign for the whole team to sell more. Whenever we have done this, we have been able to increase from 30 to 300% the sales of the teams. It works wonderfully, magically, but these are things that cannot be duplicated. You should have one leader or a team of leaders who do that for the whole team. Let me give you an example. This is an invented example. Let's say that I in a makeup company and I want to help my team sell more makeup products. I know that they need to understand or believe that this is easy to do, and I can help them by creating a prospection tunnel that I have to pay for people to attend to an event that will increase the added value of the product through adding ingredients. So I sell makeup, and makeup has its own value. You can use it and become more attractive by using it. But then I create digital tools that help to add benefits to it. For instance, I create a recipe to help you have a more radiant complexion from products that you find in your kitchen. I create a list of massages for your skin to be beautiful. Your face or the rest of the body, and create a guide for you to sleep better, because sleeping is good for your beauty. And then I create 7 days of sessions, training sessions for you to learn how to make up when you attend a wedding or you go to the beach or to break up with your boyfriend or whatever. So I giving you so many things, the recipe, the massage, the training to look beautiful, whatever you do, everything that I am providing will be given to you for the same $100 that you used to pay anyway. So before that, the people would say, well, my set for $100 is a lot of money. But if by paying what those $100, you will get all the added value, the people think, wow, this is wonderful. This is a gift. In the world of digital marketing, we say, if no one is purchasing your product, add benefits to it. If nobody is buying, instead of 7 days, add 10 days. If nobody is still purchasing your product, add a training session or whatever. This is what we do with the summit. We know that what we provide during the summit should be charged offer for $5,000. We know that the people attending know that that is what we're offering. And this is what you can use not only for you, but for the community. You can use it yourself and it will help you. But if your community is able to use that, they understand they can use it. And let's say that we call this campaign the Makeup Marathon 2023. And then we add the sentence, a subtitle that will explain the benefit that you will obtain. I don't know, for instance, learn how to become radiant in 7 days, something like that. I create a logo and I create digital flyers that people can share. I create everything that I need and give it to the people. Some people say, in my company, we cannot do publicity. Well, you don't have to. You don't need to. You can create a webinar to create or launch this campaign, and you will tell your team, hey, this is the flyer you can use. This is the video with the information of what we're going to do. Get as many people as you can and invite them to the sessions. Then you create a webinar of the 10 best advices to become the most beautiful lady in the room. Things like that. What is your team going to think about this? Your team will say, wow, this is so easy, because it's very easy to go to Rosa Maria and say, hey, have you heard about the Makeup Marathon 2023? Haven't you? I have tickets for you for free. How many do you want? Of course, you have to get your team trained so that they can sell the idea. For them to go to someone and say, hey, let me know if you want to attend because I have 2 tickets for you. And the most important part of this, and this is key for you to understand, and if you forget everything I just said, please remember this. For this to work, the entry to this webinar and the way out from the webinar should not be automated. People want everything to be automated, but that way your team cannot use the tool. So the video to promote the makeup marathon cannot be free for anyone to access. No, it has to say, get the access from the person who provided the video. And the flyer should not be readily accessible, but have the instruction that you ask the person who provided, because I have to have the ability to control the access. Otherwise, this becomes chaotic. You don't know who's coming invited by your team, or perhaps Gisela would come and say, hey, Jaime, I brought my cousin and my cousin signed up under Juanita. So if she invites her cousin and she can see anything but cannot access, that person has to go to Giselle and said, hey, I want to access, but I cannot. Can you help me? And there's another part that says, if you want to be part of this makeup marathon, you need to buy the kit. It costs $100, and you have to ask Giselle or the person who invited to the invited you to the marathon for the kit. So Giselle is the only person who can register this person invited. So that's why we cannot have open public links for registration. And that's why your team will love to use this. And the thing you do is, hey, you have 3 days to get as many people as possible to the marathon. And everybody starts working like crazy, calling everybody. And after the marathon, I will create the event that will be called be the owner of your energy or increase your energy. And the next time, another that will help you lose 4 kilos. But the important thing is that if you know that you will have the same event every month, nobody will feel the urgency. However, if you have an event 1 month and then an event not the next month, but 2 months afterwards, and there is no way for your people to predict what is going to happen, they will always be in a rush to get people invited to the next event. And everyone will be willing to bring everyone they can to this event because they don't know what will happen next. And that way you help them be successful. The questions that I can read in the chat, please hold them for the Q&A session. We will answer your questions then. Okay, so this is the basic explanation of the strategy I am recommending for you to help your team to use the tools that may become available and perhaps may need some investment. But we're talking about a leader that will use them to help everyone in their team. And that is good for everybody. Randy and I used to do things like that. For instance, pay for the camera and the announcer or things like that. Now it's very easy and cheap, but at the time, this was very expensive, and we would do them to help our teams. And those types of campaigns help you do more advanced things. However, the everyday life should be hybrid and highly replicable. I'm sorry, I had to speak so fast, and I'm sorry for the translators. They should be hating me right now. They should be creating a voodoo doll because I had to explain this very, very quickly, but I just had 10 minutes to convey this information. So I hope you get a lot of things from this meeting. And as a summary, and remember, this seminar will be available for 24 hours. The VIPs will have them forever, but you will have it for 24. We talked about explosive growth, how to obtain it, how to tell viral stories. We talked about the culture for recruiting and growing, the role of the leaders, the role of the corporate office, and perhaps what the leaders may do when the corporate's not around. And we talked about the tools that should be available to a team so that the structure is right, how to create lines in the distance, and how to create events and a ladder of events, and how to create the structure to support long-term growth, and how to use social media to make these viral. So we have discussed many things. Please come back and see this again, take notes, and the most important thing, go out and use all this, because you need to practice these things to become good at them. Don't try to be the maverick that changes things. Talk to your teams and try to apply all this information to improve what can be improved, not to change the system. Okay, I don't know if Randy Gage is still here.
Yes, I am. You think I would leave you at a moment like this?
I didn't see you there, so I was wondering if you were afraid or something.
Oh, I don't know. I guess they didn't want to put me on the front page, maybe. They want just the pretty people on the front page. Yeah. All right, guys, I would like to give you the assignments we prepared for you. This is your bonus lesson. Every time, this is another really, and I'm not joking when I say this is like a bonus lesson. Every time you do a training event, you should give assignments to your team. Because again, it isn't just about feeling good and having rah. You want people to get into action. You want them to produce the results. So every time Jaime and I do an event, we are always looking, hey, what are the assignments that we're going to do for this event? So allow me to share the assignments we created for you. Number 1, replay mania. We're going to keep this up for replays for 24 hours. You need to get your WhatsApp group, your Telegram group, your Signal group, your email chain, your private Facebook group, your team website, and you need to tell guys, equipo, team, drop what you're doing at some point before the next 24 hours are up. Take 6 hours and watch a free training that costs $277. And they can actually fast forward through the breaks, right? So it won't even be 6 hours. It'll be like 4.5, right? But tell them this is a $500 seminar and you can have it. Let me turn off my phone. You can have it for free, but go there now. Here's two of the most successful people who have ever been in their profession, and they gave this training for free for their people who were in their newsletter list. And I'm on their newsletter list. And so I get the opportunity to share it with you. Imagine if they get this training that Jaime just did on social media, if they learn about why the candidate pathway works, if they learn about those foundational skill sets that they need to do, it'll really make a difference for your team. So really, I mean, if you had 100 people on this today, try to have 1,000 watch the replay. If you had 1,000 people on this today, try to get 10,000 to watch the replay. Assignment number 2, Cumbre Pelusa tickets. If you didn't lock yours in yet, I know we're getting text people. I'm trying to get my group of 15 for the medium one. I'm trying to get 15 for the large one. Okay, I get it, but do it while you have this early bird special. This really is 50%. You know, it'll go up in stages. Like I think on Monday, it goes up to from super early bird, it'll go to the regular early bird. And then there'll be one more like in November, a price will go up before it goes to the advanced price. And then after that, it goes to the door price, which is $600 for just the classic ticket. So come on, this is the bargain of a lifetime. That event, really, you could pay $50,000 for that event to attend it for the weekend, and you would still be getting a bargain. So for these prices, don't be crazy. And I want to reaffirm what I said earlier. Your income, the size of your team in 2024 is going to be dramatically impacted by how many people you have at Cumbre in November. And even your income and your team in 2025. Assignment number 3, review your notes and do an honest outline with yourself. Okay, what do I have in place? Randy talked about those, the 5 things that the field can impact the most. Do we really have a good origin story? Do we really have a narrative story? What kind? Do we have local events going on? Are we doing leadership academies, or do we need to start them? What kind? Have we built out the culture that matters? Do we have a customer culture? Do we have the active recruiting culture? Do we have the rank advancement culture? Look, go through the whole curriculum that we've spent 6 hours with you today and do an honest evaluation of where you're at in each of those areas. And then number 4, create an action step list. At least 5, maybe 10, but at least 5 action steps that you're going to take in the next 30 days. So, for instance, let's say you're not doing a leadership academy. You don't even know what it is. So one of your action steps is, I'm going to read Randy's book chapter about leadership academies, and I'm going to find out how we can do those. And then action step number 2 is, I'm going to start our first leadership academy 2 weeks later. And I'm going to find 3 or 5 people on my team who are willing to make that commitment. And that's where we're going to start, and we're going to build from there. So do that action step list. And then you're really going to get some incredible return on investment. I'll go back to what I said earlier about the scientists. We're not experimenting with you. This is the stuff that works. Okay, I can trace me personally. I can trace $27 billion worth of business in our profession to my involvement. Teams that I built, clients that I have who are leaders, and companies who are clients. I can track that kind of sales. I don't know if there's anyone else, literally, I don't know if there's anyone else on the planet who can say that. I know there's leaders, including in this group, who have built huge teams, who have produced $1 billion worth of business. I know consultants who have worked with a company that might have done $1 billion or $2 billion. But I don't know if there's anyone that has done what I've done. I don't know that there's anyone that has done what Jaime has done in the Spanish-speaking world of direct selling. He's been such a catalyst. If you listen to, if you hear the interview I did with Juan Carlos Barrios on my YouTube channel, and Juanca was saying, oh man, I'm so grateful to Jaime. And he did this, he put together this cumbre de líderes that I never did, that nobody else ever did. He's making such a sacrifice. He's done such work for it. And I think you hear that all over Latin America, the leaders of all the top companies who are so grateful for the work that Jaime's done, furthering the profession. Remember why we do this. We started this, we had the idea for this last year, and we put it into fruition and launched it on January 1st with duplicationnation.com. And actually, I'm going to give you one more assignment. Assignment number 5 is going to be make sure you get your team doing that free MLM bootcamp at duplicationnation.com, right? Because that'll give them the survival training of how to get through their first 3 weeks and the basic skills they need to learn. So it really will increase the retention of new people who join your team, and it just gets them duplicating so much faster. It's like that new distributor training where it's just, we get them study, do, and teach simultaneously. So we created all that and launched it January 1st because we were appalled by what is happening in the space with the Ponzi schemes. We were appalled at these terrible Forex crooked training programs. We were appalled at these MLM crypto scams. We were appalled by the big name gurus and authors and trainers who are promoting those illegal crypto scams. It's just deplorable that people would lend their names to some of those programs. So we made the commitment to take this profession back for the honest people.
Regresar esta profesión.
We got Spanish and the English again. We get a little bleed over every now and then. We're committed to this. There's a lot of things we could be doing on our Saturday for the last 6 hours. I could have been with my softball team practicing for the big games we have tomorrow. We do this as a labor of love. We believe in the profession. We believe in you. And we put this together for you. So get the replays going, get your tickets to Cumbre, do your inventory, make your action step list, and get your people subscribed to the bootcamp at duplicationnation.com, and that's free. We're here for you. We believe in you. Jaime, any final thoughts before we let these wonderful people go on their way?
Sí, un par de pensamientos finales muy rápidos.
purchase button. There is a support option. Contact our team. They let them know that you want to upgrade, and they will send you a link. Wrong. And so few ways for things to go right that we do have to watch that balance. My case, for instance, if I have a hump of sand, let's say a lump of sand, how many ways can a bunch of sand fall down in all kinds of shapes except a castle? More than a billion forms. There's only one castle shape, and more than a billion shapes that are other than castle. So nature tends to take tends generally to take everything towards all the other possibilities that are not the good orderly possibility. That is why if you don't make the effort to become smarter, you naturally drift down to dumbness. If you don't want make an effort to be healthy, you naturally drift down to sickness. Otherwise, or generally speaking, if you don't make the effort, nature gets things disorderly for you. So getting to exponential growth demands a lot of order in your things. The right people with the right training, with the right story, with the right support. A lot of ingredients have to be the right way aligned in order for this to happen. And once it happens, then you have to be watchful so that it won't fall back into disorder, so that you can continue to grow before the moment goes away. I'm not telling you all this in order for you to get to the conclusion that it's too hard. No. What I mean is that it is likely that you will not get through it on the first try. Fine. The only thing you have to do is try it another time. And if not the second, then the third. All right. And the reason for that is that once you achieve a single time that you achieve this, and your life will change forever. That's what I mean. Randy and I have done it more than once. But ever since we did it the first time, our life had changed already. The first time I achieved this, I had paid my I paid my mortgage that I had for 15 years worth of payment, paid off my debt, paid off my mom's debts. I changed my life with a single time. So what does it matter? You have to try it one, two, three, four, 5 times. Who cares? One one time that you get it right, and your life will change. That is why you should keep. It behooves you really to keep close to this movement, this duplication nation uh, movement. All all of us are citizens of it now. A movement that of people who understand that this is the way. It's not easy. Shouldn't be. No reason why it should be easy. But we are surrounded here by people who look the same way we do, in the same direction as we do, understanding that every one of our testimonials is worth something to all of us. Cecilia's testimonial works for me, helps me because my people will believe more in this profession. Cristal has a good testimonial, wonderful. Never mind, she is in another company. The important thing is for people to understand that this profession, this uh, way of activity works. With that, with 1% of the population doing MLM, fine, goes into two, into three, into four, our business can duplicate, quintuple, go to quintuple what it is now, without having to fight for this or that or the other little corner of it. If you share this vision, all of us together are much stronger than anyone separately, and that you do have to try this as many times as necessary before it finally works for you. If you are one of those people who really wants to create a difference for yourself and for everyone around you, welcome to Duplication Nation. Keep close to us. We will continue to generate content like this. We will continue to do things for you and your whole team. We will continue doing for you, making tools for you and for everyone else that comes with you. Thank heaven. Most of the great ones in this industry are share our vision. They're here and they share content with us. Randy and I are the founders, but there are more and more leaders joining us. If you want to be one of them, today to learn, tomorrow to share, you can do that. And if you want to do that, you can share with all the rest of the citizens of this duplication nation that are still adding themselves up. And the great yearly event is our November event. We do it physically, in person. I will be very glad to hug you, to give you a big abrazo during that event. Otherwise, we will continue to meet in this virtual space. Without a doubt, it's a wonder to be able to communicate across so many miles, so many countries, and never mind the distance. So, in the meantime, thank you all very much for your time, your commitment, and for your attempt to make a difference in the world. Randy, any final thoughts? Any?
Thank you, everyone. Wishing you peace. Cariños a todos. Paz.